Welcome to Mr. Nightbleed. Tonight, in 7 true horror stories from cemeteries perfect for bedtime fear, we cross rusted gates where names are carved in stone, flowers wither overnight, and the earth itself remembers what we try to forget. These are chilling accounts of bells that toll without wind, whispers slipping from cracked mausoleums, and footsteps echoing across gravel paths when you know you are utterly alone. This is a brand new channel, and my goal this month is to gather 3,000 brave souls willing to walk with me into the dark. Almost 90% of those who watch vanish back into the shadows without subscribing. Do not be one of them. Before we begin, share in the comments where you're watching from and what hour of the night it is for you. And if there is a cemetery in your town that unsettles you, type its name. Because once you step past the gates of these haunted resting grounds, not everything allows you to leave. Kill the lights, silence the world. Take a slow breath, and let us begin. I never planned on writing this, but last week the same noise woke me again, and I realized sleep wasn't going to fix what happened. I'm not hunting for attention. I just need to put the truth somewhere besides my head, and maybe if I line the details up exactly how they happened, the sound will stop following me. My name isn't important. I'm 34, I work remote IT, and 2 summers ago I spent a long weekend in New Orleans with my older sister Danny and our friend Marcus. It was supposed to be a cheap wandering kind of trip. Beignets, street music, hot sauce samples, a walking tour or 2. Danny had been there once in college and kept saying we had to see the above-ground cemeteries, that they looked like little houses, like a stone city inside the city. I'd always been a little superstitious, but the kind where you joke about throwing salt and still do it, just in case. I didn't expect to leave with a sound stuck under my skin. We landed on a Friday afternoon in August. The air hit like opening a dryer mid-cycle, wet heat, lint soft and heavy. The rideshare driver, a woman with a Saint's air freshener hanging from her mirror, called us baby and y'all in the same sentence and warned us to drink water. The hotel was a narrow brick building off Rampart, with a black and gold fleur-de-lis stenciled near the door. Our room had a balcony barely the width of a window, with chipped ironwork and a view of the back of a locksmith's shop. On the first night, we walked until our socks stuck to our ankles. Danny took pictures of every doorway with a gas lamp, and Marcus hummed along to a street drummer outside a corner bar. I'm the quiet one of us, the one who notices small things and keeps them, like the way the grocery clerk stacked the Zapp's chips by flavor, or how the air changed near the river, colder at first touch, then warm again like someone had breathed on you. There was a flyer in the hotel lobby for cemetery tours. The receptionist, a guy named Lyle with a shaved head and a light dusting of powdered sugar on his shirt collar, told us St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 required a licensed guide. They lock it up tight now, Lyle said. Vandalism got bad, but the tours are worth it. Real history. Don't try to sneak in, they got cameras. He typed with one finger and got us 3 spots for Sunday morning. You'll see Marie Laveau's tomb, he said, dropping his voice a little like the name itself had weight. People do all kinds of things there. Mark's offerings. Don't touch nothing, okay? Just be respectful. When I was a kid, my dad kept a little brass bell on his desk, a squat thing with a chipped handle. If I had a nightmare, he'd ring it softly and tell me that meant the bad thing had to go back outside where it belonged. I hadn't thought about that bell in years, but that night in the hotel, with a ceiling fan wobbling like it was tipsy and the smell of rain in the vents, I kept remembering the sound. Clear, small, final. It made me feel safer, which looking back is the cruel part. What follows felt like a bell you can't unring. We met our guide at 10 on Sunday near Basin Street Station. She introduced herself as Andy, mid-40s, hair in a loose puff, a canvas crossbody bag with laminated photos sticking up like bookmarks. Her nails were neat, short, the kind of detail I remember because I bite mine. Andy told us to keep water handy and to stay with the group. It's hot and these aisles get narrow, she said. No climbing, no chalk, no coins on the tombs, please. Offerings are a thing, yes, but we don't want to leave anything that could damage the stone. She looked each of us in the eye like a teacher. We were 10 in total. A couple from Ohio, a family with a teenage son who never looked up from his phone, a quiet older woman in a sun hat, and the 3 of us. Inside, the cemetery was exactly like Danny had said. A city of white and gray above-ground tombs, some with pretty iron gates, some cracked and stained from years of heat. floods, and whatever else time does. Andy told us about the oven vaults, how they reuse the family tombs because of the heat and time. Space is precious, she said. Death is practical here. She told the stories about yellow fever, about the mixed history of faith and commerce, about Marie Laveau, the voodoo practitioner people called a queen. Not a cartoon witch, Andy said. Not a villain, a real person with real influence and a complicated legacy. We walked slow. The sun pressed on the top of my head. Someone's wind chime tinkled from a balcony somewhere beyond the wall. Marie Laveau's tomb, what's believed to be hers, was already surrounded by people from another tour. I'd seen photos of it online, the white plaster streaked with faint red X marks from past visitors. Andy asked us to stand to the side and wait. We'll have our moment, she said, and I appreciated the ritual of that, the quiet permission it gave the place. When it was our turn, Andy spoke in a softer voice. This is where people come to ask, she said. For help, for protection, for luck. Some folks make 3 X's, knock, turn around, leave an offering. Some pray. I'm not here to police belief. I'm here to keep the space safe. She smiled. But her eyes were careful. There were offerings at the base of the tomb already. Flowers, beads, a small candle in a glass cup, and a line of coins glinting on the edge of the low coping. A dime, a nickel, a few quarters, a foreign coin I didn't recognize. The light hit them and then hit us back. I was thinking about the word ask in Andy's speech. Ask what? Ask who? My pocket felt heavy. I realized I still had the 2 coins the streetcar conductor had given me as change the day before. A quarter stamped with a state I couldn't recall, and a dime with a scratch across Roosevelt's cheek. I'm not the offering type, but I'm also the just-in-case type. I slid my hand into my pocket out of habit, the way I sometimes check that my phone's still there, and I touched the edges of both coins. The metal was warm from my body heat. Danny leaned close and whispered, "Don't do it." She knows me. She meant don't leave anything you'll regret, but she also meant something more practical. Don't be that tourist. And I listened. I didn't put the coins down. We stood for maybe a minute. I didn't make X's. I didn't knock on stone. I thought about my dad's bell again and the neat way that sound had always wrapped a nightmare up and carried it away. On the way out, we passed a tomb with a small iron gate. The lock was new, brassy, the hardware store kind. Something clinked once, a quick, bright sound like a spoon hitting a glass. It made the hairs on my neck rise. Andy kept talking about floodlines and restoration, and no one else paused, but I looked back. I think if I hadn't looked back, if I had kept my eyes straight ahead and stayed with the gravity of the group, none of this would have stuck. But I did look, and for half a second I saw a coin roll from the edge of the gate, hit the coping, and drop into the narrow space between tomb and path. It vanished like it had fallen into a pocket. There was no wind, no one bumping into anything, just that brief, bright chime and a coin disappearing where there wasn't room for it to disappear. At lunch, Marcus joked that New Orleans had reverse pickpockets. Danny smacked his arm lightly with a paper napkin. "It's hot and you didn't sleep," she said to me. "You heard a spoon at the cafe next door." I wanted to agree, but there had been a second sound too in the exact half-breath after the coin vanished, low and damp and rounded. A bell, but buried under 2 pillows. I didn't tell them that part. I didn't want to sound like I was leaning into some tourist myth. We ate red beans and rice in an air conditioning that hummed like a fat cat. The waitress called us darlin' and kept setting down new glasses of water before the old ones had a chance to sweat. By 3, a storm shouldered the skyline, shaking out thunder like linens. The sidewalks shone, the air went briefly cold, then went back to hot like a prank. That night, when the rain wrapped itself around the building and the fan clicked once a rotation, I woke at 11:58 with a dry mouth and the sense that someone had just spoken in the next room. Danny breathed in a steady triplet, the rhythm she's had since we were kids. Marcus had the pull-out couch and snored like he was swallowing gravel one piece at a time. The room's digital clock did that thing where each minute takes longer than it should. I checked my phone, 2 bars. I scrolled past a photo Danny had taken of me at Jackson Square. Hair plastered to my forehead, sunglasses crooked. I think this is the part people will argue with. I don't blame you. I put the phone face down because the light felt too loud, and then I heard it. Clear, small final, a bell, 1 and then nothing. Not a ringtone. Not ice in the fridge. A handheld bell the size of a fist. Someplace not in our room, but not on the street either. It rang like it was telling me something, like it had the dignity to ring only once. I lay there for a whole minute waiting for the punchline. Someone's TV, a shop's door chime. But the hallway was quiet and the rain softened from hiss to whisper. Danny shifted and mumbled something into her pillow. I swallowed the urge to wake her. I've always been the kid who cried wolf to myself and then apologized to everyone else. I held my breath and listened until the old building's pipes clicked. My heart eventually remembered its job and stopped tapping like a trapped moth. I slept, at least I think I did. Our flight was Monday afternoon. We did a last lap for coffee Monday morning. We stood under a striped awning while a streetcar rattled past, the kind of sound that fills your chest like a brass instrument. An older woman with a grocery cart stopped near us to rearrange her bags. She wore a house dress, a scarf tied carefully under her chin, bright eyes that looked both kind and appraising. "Y'all tourists," she said not unkindly, and I nodded. She looked at my hands. I wasn't holding anything. I can't explain why that unnerved me, but it did. "You keep your money put away now," she said, like a neighbor warning a kid, and she pushed her cart on, wheels squeaking. Marcus made a joke about her meaning pickpockets. Danny squeezed my shoulder. "See?" she said. "You're not special. Everyone gets spooked here. It's like the street lamps are in on it. If the story ended there, I wouldn't be writing it. It would just be vacation creepiness and an odd noise folded into a city that makes a point of rasping your edges." But when I unpacked at home, there were 3 coins I didn't recognize in the small zip pocket of my backpack. I keep loose change in a jar, not in the bag, and I had emptied my pockets before we checked out. 2 of the coins were quarters from states I've never been to, worn down but ordinary. The third wasn't. It was a little smaller than a dime, dark and not quite round, with a barely there bell stamped on one side. I thought maybe it was some Mardi Gras thing, a token from a bar. It didn't look expensive. It looked old the way a key looks old, rubbed smooth by use. I set it on my desk next to my keyboard and told myself I'd Google it. I didn't, I forgot. The first night back, I woke at 12 a.m. I'm not making that up. The digital clock on my nightstand turned over like it wanted me to see it. And then somewhere inside the house where no one else lives, a bell rang once. I sat up so fast my neck hurt. The street was quiet outside, just the occasional hiss of a passing car tire in a distant puddle. I held my keys like a talisman and walked the small circle of my apartment, kitchen, living room, bedroom, bathroom, turning lights on and then off again because I didn't want to flood the place with brightness like admitting fear. My neighbor Joe, a grad student with too many mugs, texted me at 12:10. "You good? Weird noise?" He lives across the hall and leaves his door cracked sometimes for his cat. "Yeah, fine," I wrote, thumbs trembling and then steadying. "Old pipes." He sent back a cat emoji and a thumbs up. I stared at the coin on my desk for a long time, then put it in the junk drawer like you'd cage a spider with a cup. Out of sight. The next morning, I called Danny. She laughed, her bright morning laugh that always sounds like a curtain being pulled back. "You heard some bell?" she said. "You sure it wasn't your calendar reminder? Or your old radiator finally giving up?" I told her about the coin, and yes, I know how that sounds, like a story bending itself toward punchlines. She went quiet. Finally, she said, "Okay, superstitions are like gum. They stick best if you chew them. Stop chewing. Toss the coin." I said I might. I didn't. Marcus came over that night with a pizza and a 6-pack and a Bluetooth speaker that always sounds better at his place than mine. He listened without smirking, which is rare for him. "You want me to take the coin to the thrift store," he said. "Put it in a jar. Let it filter back into the world. You know, like letting a dog loose on a farm." We sat until midnight on purpose, 2 adult men pretending to be skeptical. When the clock hit 12, pong, no seconds, just the clean roll of numbers, a bell rang once. It was quieter this time, or else the pizza box soaked up some of the sound. Marcus froze with a slice halfway to his mouth. "Okay," he said eventually, very calmly. He put the slice down and wiped his hands. "Okay." We both laughed because the alternative was to admit we were scared, and we were too proud to do that at the same time. We tried to rationalize. My phone's notification sound set to something stupid by accident. A neighbor with wind chimes that tone at exactly midnight. A microwave with an alert that chimed only once and only at 12 round because of some weird firmware. We checked my phone, silent. My microwave, nope. The hallway, silent. Joe's cat was asleep like an old man in a recliner. Marcus opened the junk drawer and took the coin between his fingers. "It's warm," he said, which is an unfair detail because everything's warm when someone's been breathing fear on it. He slid it into his pocket. "I'll take it," he said.
"It's a coin."
I'm not afraid of a coin. 2 mornings later, he called me at 6:40, which I only know because work calendars are merciless. "It rang at my place," he said without saying hello. His voice had the bare edge of a laugh that wasn't a laugh. "Once, midnight on the dot." He cleared his throat. "Also, my mom called me at 12:01 by accident. Butt dial. She swears she didn't touch the phone." We both listened to each other breathe for a second. "I'll bring it back," he said. "Or we take it somewhere. I don't like touching it." I asked Andy if she'd ever heard stories about coins. I found her email on the tour company's site and wrote a calm adult message about a small question related to our tour, so I wouldn't sound like someone writing in about a ghost. She answered the same day. "People do leave coins," she wrote. "Sometimes they vanish. We ask folks not to, but people are people. You didn't leave anything, right? Please say you didn't." I told her we didn't. I told her about the coin that rolled and the chiming I couldn't explain. She sent another note, shorter. "You live here or where? If you're still in town, don't go back at night." That's not me being dramatic. Just don't. If you have something you think belongs back, bring it during the day with a licensed guide and be respectful. I told her we had already left. "Then just be respectful where you are," she wrote. I considered taking the coin to a church, but I couldn't think of what I'd ask the priest to do. Hold it? Bless it? Explain it? I'm not religious, not exactly, and I wasn't trying to make this someone else's job. I'm a fixer by nature. I diagnose and I patch. I decided to test it. For a week I kept a log. I wrote the minute it rang. I noted the weather. I noted if I'd had coffee late, if I'd watched scary movies, if I'd talked about it with anyone that day. My notes looked like an anxious person's notes. 12 bell, 1 ring. Light rain. Toast at 10 p.m., talked to Danny. It rang 4 nights in a row. One night it didn't. I woke anyway, heart ready, and sat in the dark of my living room with the plug-in air freshener emitting faint lemon. I almost felt rejected. On the 5th day, I got a message from Lyle, the hotel receptionist. I hadn't given him my number. He wrote me on Instagram after finding me through the hotel's tagged photos. I don't love that, but I was oddly relieved. "Hey," he wrote, "this is Lyle from the desk. Weird question. Did you pick up any coins or anything like that from the cemetery?" The words put me on my heels. I told him no, that we hadn't, but that a coin had just appeared. He sent back, "Just don't go back at night. People try to film stuff and get in trouble. The guards call NOPD, just be safe." He added a skull emoji and then said, "Not a threat, sorry." It sounded like one when I read it back. When my sister visited the next weekend, she brought her own noise with her, shopping bags, the bright argument she has with every thermostat, a story about her co-worker's boyfriend trapping a possum in their laundry room. She slept on my couch and left a glass of water near every chair like a parishioner leaving votives. She told me I was letting a city live rent-free in my head. "We need to evict it," she said. She tapped the junk drawer with her fingernail. It made a small blunt sound. "Let's take it back," she said. "Not to New Orleans. To where it belongs." I asked her where that was. She shrugged. Danny is practical until things need to be named. We compromised by driving to the old cemetery in our own town, the one with the low stone wall and the giant oak that drops acorns like hail. It's not famous, just quiet. Marcus came too, predictably late and carrying a thermos of coffee he insisted was for the spirits. I can hear how silly that sounds written down. The day was mild. An older man in a windbreaker walked a small dog that wore a bandana and stared at us solemnly. We weren't there to make a scene. We stood at a respectful distance from the nearest headstones and talked like we were just friends catching up in a park. A municipal worker rolled past on a grounds cart, nodded, and kept going. Finally, I put the small dark coin down on the stone bench by the entrance. Not on a grave, on a bench. I said, "Thank you for whatever this is. We didn't mean to take anything. I hope this is okay." It felt wide-eyed and foolish and also carefully adult. We left it there. None of us wanted to look back. The bell rang that night anyway. Once, clear, small, final. If anything, it sounded a little farther away. I slept with a pillow over my head and woke at 3:19 to the quiet hum of my fridge like an apology. I found a quarter on my kitchen counter that hadn't been there the day before. It was from New Hampshire. I've never been to New Hampshire. What am I supposed to do with that? If you've read this far hoping I'd tell you how to make it stop, I'm sorry. I thought I was writing toward a solution too, like you can put experience in order. And it obeys. It hasn't. I've tried things. I called the non-emergency police line once when I convinced myself it had to be someone in the hallway with a bell as a prank. An officer named Vance stopped by. He had the patient look of someone who sees people at their weirdest and knows not to make it worse. He walked the building. He checked the stairwell door to the roof. He asked, "You got a clock that chimes?" "A mantle thing?" I said no. He asked if I believed in ghosts in a tone that made it not a trap. "I believe people hear what they hear," he said. He left me a card that says, "Call if it becomes a safety issue," which is not how I've ever thought of sound. My neighbor Joe suggested white noise. I tried that. The bell rang over it like a fish surfacing through algae. I haven't gone back to New Orleans. Andy sent me one last message after I told her about the log, about the coin, about the bench. "Some things are like radios," she wrote. "They tune in, they tune out. You heard something. You're not the first. If it was me, I'd say thank you and go on. It could be worse." That's the most comforting thing anyone has said. It could be worse. I don't feel threatened in the movie sense. No shadows stand at the foot of my bed. No cold hands. It's just this one sound that belongs in another place, arriving here like mail with a foreign stamp. And sometimes, if I'm being honest, it's not frightening. It's sad. It makes me think about a city that keeps its dead above ground because Earth is complicated. And about a woman people asked for help for decades after she died. And about how a bell once meant, in my house growing up, that the bad thing had to leave. A week ago, Danny mailed me a little brass bell she found at a thrift store. "Fight sound with sound," her note said. A joke that understands it is a joke but wants to be helpful anyway. I've put it on my desk. I haven't rung it. The dark coin isn't here, but yesterday, while I was making coffee, I heard a small shift on my bookshelf. A paperback slid forward half an inch as if nudged. On top of it was a dime with a scratch across Roosevelt's cheek. It's possible I put it there and forgot. It's possible a lot of things are possible. I put the dime in an envelope. I wrote "thank you" on the outside because Andy said be respectful where you are. I meant it to sound like a period. It looks like an invitation. It's 11:42 as I type this. The night outside is ordinary. Someone slamming a car door, a dog huffing at an invisible offense, the hallway light buzzing with a bulb that needs to be replaced. My fingers smell like the citrus cleaner I used on the counter. I can feel my phone near my elbow even with my eyes closed, that rectangle gravity all of us have. In 18 minutes, a thing might happen. A small sound might appear where the air is. If it comes, it will be one ring, not impatient, not dramatic, like a line being drawn on paper. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to imagine that in another city, behind a locked gate and a wall of names, a room-sized pocket of air remembers you for a second each night. It tells you without accusation that some doors never shut all the way. Not because something is wrong, but because they were built in a place where air moves differently. If the bell rings tonight, I will listen to it until the sound folds into the house. If it doesn't, I will lie awake anyway, half laughing at myself, half afraid to sleep. Because lately I've started to hear something softer just before the bell, or in its absence, a woman speaking in a language that sounds like water on tile, a hush that isn't wind. And the worst part is, sometimes, as I drift, I think I hear an answering bell from somewhere farther off, 2 notes in different rooms, and I can't tell if the second one is inside my apartment or inside me. I don't care if anyone believes me. I just need to put this out there before I lose my nerve. It's been 3 months. I've slept maybe a dozen full nights, and I've turned this thing over so many times in my head that the edges are all rounded off. I keep telling myself I misread what I saw, that I'm dramatizing, that memory is a terrible camera. But the air goes cold the second I start writing, like my brain remembers the temperature before anything else. I know how that sounds. If you want to call me a liar, go ahead. But I hope you don't ever have to be in my shoes at 2 a.m, staring at a man shaped like a question mark that the wind moved through. I live in Arlington, Virginia, about a mile from the cemetery. I moved here last year to be closer to my sister Danny, who's a trauma nurse at GW. She's the practical one. Solar lights in the garden, a grocery list written in Sharpie on the fridge. The kind of person who refolds a towel because one edge hangs lower than the other. I got a contracting job that has me in and out of different federal sites doing overnight maintenance. Things no one wants done when visitors are around. Pressure washing, paint touch-ups, replacing worn-out signs, lubricating hinges on gates that no one remembers until they squeal in front of someone important. You know the type of work, present enough to be invisible. I'm not military. My dad was. He'd never say much about his deployments except he liked the quiet of early morning when the world's still deciding what it's going to be that day. When I got the call for an after-hours maintenance sweep at Arlington National Cemetery, I felt a little proud. Dumb maybe, but it felt like touching a piece of something bigger. I kept that to myself. Danny told me to bring my reflective vest and a pocket flashlight and to text her when I started and when I left. Like I was 13, it was early May, humid, with that wet, heavy smell that sits on everything before dawn. The night I'm thinking of was the third of 4 nights. The first 2 had gone smooth. Check the drainage grates, repaint a flaked corner of a bench near section 64, swap a busted LED and a path light, that kind of thing. The guards, sentinels near the tomb of the unknown soldier, were polite but distant. They have that quiet professionalism you feel more than here. The older guy in charge those nights was a staff sergeant named Morales. He had that square posture you could use to measure drywall. One of those faces that would always look like it was 35 whether he was 20 or 60. He said sir to me even though I kept reminding him I was just a contractor with a badge clipped to a Carhartt. There are a lot of rules at the tomb. No questions, no photos, no being a nuisance, obviously. My work order specifically said not to enter certain marked areas, and to coordinate any movement within line of sight of the tomb with Morales or whoever was OIC that shift. We had it down. I'd text Morales my location if I needed to pass near the plaza. He'd text back, clear or hold. Simple. He carried a little notepad and wrote down times like his pen weighed half a pound. There's a sound there at night I didn't expect. This mix of the flag snapping on the mast, shoes hitting stone, and far-off traffic on the George Washington Parkway, like the city is breathing just on the other side of the trees. The first weird thing happened the second night. Around 1:20 a.m., I'd gone to check a loose latch on a small service gate, barely 100 yards from the tomb. I stopped because I heard footsteps that weren't the sentinels. If you've ever been there, you know the sentinel's cadence is a metronome. It cuts through everything. This other rhythm was off by half a beat, like someone who used to know the drill but kept catching up late. I turned my headlamp off so I didn't blind anyone and stepped back into the shadow of a tree. The footsteps went past, but there was no one there. No shadow, no reflective tap on a vest, nothing. I figured it was sound bouncing around the marble. That stuff echoes weird. I mentioned it to Morales when I walked back around and he half smiled. The tired kind you do when you don't want to scare a kid. You'll hear things, he said. Stone's a liar at night, I laughed a little too loudly. We both looked at the flag and then away. Danny picked me up that night because my truck was in the shop. And I told her about the phantom footsteps while we sat in her Honda at a late-night light just off Memorial Avenue. She did the nurse face where she listens and rearranges the world while she does it. You're probably keyed up, she said. Bodies make noise you notice when you're tired. That place holds a lot of quiet on purpose. It made sense. She went to pull away and the car stalled, which hers never does. We both laughed it off, but it left that static in my chest that doesn't leave. The radio cut out for a second and came back on. The third night was when I saw him. It was sticky hot, air thick enough that when you breathed you felt like you were borrowing it from somebody. A thunderstorm had rolled through around 9 and left the walkways damp and reflective. Ants were out, building a wet line across the base of a stone just to my right. Fireflies blinked in the tree line like faulty LEDs. I was early, so I stood by the admin building and watched a metro train snake through Rosslyn across the river. Felt weirdly small, like a screenshot of a city more than the city itself. At 11:47 p.m., I checked my phone because I was trying to be more professional about time like Morales. I texted him that I'd be near the Tomb Plaza for a few minutes to inspect a scuffed plaque on the walkway. He texted back, "Hold 10. The reply came fast, like he'd been waiting to send it. Then at 11:58 p.m., clear. There were 3 people on the schedule that night besides Morales and the standard Sentinel rotation. Me, another contractor named Evan, who was working a few sections over, and a groundskeeper named Miss Hall who drove a small cart stacked with tools and a dented cooler. She was in her 60s, wore men's work pants and a wide-brimmed hat for the sun despite it being night. "Habit doesn't respect your clock," she told me. She had a laugh that sounded like a drawer of quarters being opened and closed. I clipped my vest, switched my headlamp to the dimmest setting, and did what I needed to do. Inspect the plaque, photograph a hairline crack in a paver. Documentation is a god. Make a note to file. The tomb itself there's no way to write this without sounding cheesy. It's like standing next to a live wire made of quiet. That's the best I can do. Even alone, you lower your voice. Even alone, you feel watched, but like a respectful kind of watched, like someone making sure you don't trip. I finished and stepped back onto the path when the air dropped out of the world. It was sharp, like the way grocery store freezers hit the back of your throat. I saw my breath. That doesn't happen in May around here at midnight, even after a storm. I stood still because it felt like moving would break something. The sentinel continued his measured walk, but even his breath fogged for a beat and then didn't. He didn't react. A flag somewhere slapped like a wet towel, then the footsteps off cadence again. I turned toward the sound near the hedges that bracket the plaza. There was a man standing by the hedge. I didn't see him approach. He was just there, like someone turned on a TV and forgot to adjust the brightness. I know how that reads. He wasn't glowing. He wasn't transparent. He was exactly as solid as anyone I'd see at a bus stop. Probably mid-20s, clean-shaven, features neat and soft, the way faces look in old photographs. He wore a uniform, but not like the ones I'd seen on the Sentinels. The cut was boxier, the sum of its parts a little wrong. The jacket hung just lower. The hat peaked differently, the belt sat too high. Color's hard at night. Everything is blue until it's black. But it wasn't camouflage. It wasn't modern. He was standing at attention, eyes forward, boots placed like a diagram in a manual, the kind of stance that leaves a shadow of itself on you when you walk away. He didn't look at me. He didn't look at anything. He was just there, occupying a spot that had decided to be colder than the rest of the world. I reached for my phone and stopped with my hand on my pocket like it might spook him. The sentinel turned at his mark, precise, and in that moment, the man by the hedge shifted just enough to acknowledge the movement. It was a fraction. His chin dipped like a hinge had been oiled. Then he saluted. It wasn't a flourish. It was practiced. Knuckles square to the brim, elbow at an angle you'd correct a boot for in basic. And as his hand reached its peak, a breeze cut across the plaza from nowhere. I don't mean a gust. I mean a rush like the wind was a body moving around a body. It went through me and I gasped because it felt like stepping into a walk-in fridge wearing a wet shirt. That motion, the salute, wobbled the air around him, the way heat does over a grill. If you've ever seen a mirage on a highway, that's the closest I can get. Then there wasn't a him anymore. There was just a vertical strip of different cold in the dark that collapsed like a tent finally giving up. No dramatic fade. No Hollywood special. 1 second there was a person. The next there wasn't, and the place he'd been was a slightly different shade of night. I stood there with my mouth open like a tourist. Something in my lizard brain told me to say something because that's what you do around other people, to prove you're not a threat. "Sir," I said to nobody. It came out too loud. The sentinel turned at his mark again. I watched the muscles in his jaw flex as he set his teeth and kept walking. I have never respected a man more for continuing to do his job. My radio crackled then. Just small stuff, a sigh of electricity. "You good?" It was Morales. His voice always had a little gravel, but this time it sounded like the radio was hungry for words and only got half of his. I clicked my mic. "Yeah, a cold front rolled through here for a second. Stupid joke." My mouth was on autopilot. Somewhere a train whistled. I looked for a cloud of my breath and didn't see it anymore. "Clear the plaza," Morales said. Not a request, I did. I didn't start running. I didn't want the lizard brain to think it had permission. I walked with small, controlled steps like I was carrying a plate through a crowded kitchen. The hedges seemed to lean in like gossip. Morales met me near the top of the steps where the marble changes to regular concrete. He looked like his face wanted to be two different expressions and couldn't pick one. "You're pale," he said, which is the kind of thing someone says when they don't want to say, "What did you see?" until they know how you respond. "I saw somebody," I said. "Maybe in old dress blues? Not like yours." I stopped because saying vanished felt like spitting in church. He saluted. There was cold. Morales stared at me a second too long. He didn't look at the place where I was pointing. He looked at me. You use your phone? No. I showed him empty hands like a suspect in a cop show. I thought about it. It felt wrong. I don't know, he nodded once. Good. He chewed his lip. Don't talk to Evan, don't talk to Hall. Wait for me by the admin office. Grab a bottle of water. He said it like actions you could stack between you and a weird thing would turn into a fort. I did what he said. Ms. Hall passed me in her cart and gave a nod like everything that happens here, so what did I expect? Evan sent me a text, you good man? Morales had already told him not to, I guess. It took 20 minutes for anything else to happen. Danny called right then. It was after midnight and she shouldn't have been up, but she had an early shift and I figured I'd catch you while you're staring at your shoes, she said. It was ridiculous and so exactly right that I almost cried. I told her I'd seen something strange. I didn't give specifics because saying the words makes them heavier. She listened, then said, "Remember how you tell your niece the dark is just daytime without the labels?" I laughed. We don't have a niece. She was reminding me to name the thing enough to make my brain stop chewing itself. Text me when you clock out, she said. Even if you're annoyed. Morales came back with another man I didn't know who had that battery-powered clip light on his belt. The guy wore the tomb badge. I could feel it more than see it. He introduced himself quietly as Sweeney and asked where exactly I'd been standing. I showed him. He asked if the man had stepped out of the hedge or toward it. I said he'd been just in front of it. He scribbled something in his notebook, then stopped writing mid-word. He pressed the pen hard enough the tip squeaked. You didn't approach him? Sweeney asked. No, I said. He saluted. It felt like I shouldn't. Sweeney and Morales shared a look full of words I wasn't invited to. It wasn't a conspiratorial look. It was the look of men who know the shape of their job so well they can discuss it like a weather report. Clouds coming in, umbrella or not. Sweeney said, sometimes folks from the event show up when the weather does something funny, or around significant days. He meant anniversary, I think, but didn't say it. He fixed his gaze on a spot over my left shoulder. We don't encourage it. We don't encourage talking about it. We encourage honoring the order of this place. I won't post about it, I said. I meant it then. Every part of me wanted to be small and not make waves in a place designed to be a sea of order. He nodded. I was surprised to feel my eyes burn. We finished the shift without incident. The steps creaked once at a point where stone does not creak. Miss Hall gave me a granola bar and squeezed my wrist. Evan and I worked opposite sides of an avenue of markers and saw each other only as moving shapes. The sky went from black to a lighter shade of stubborn. Birds started up all at once like someone had plugged them in. At 4:39 a.m., Morales told me I could go. Get sleep, he said. Not like advice, but like a plea on behalf of the things that might happen to you if you didn't. I did not text Danny when I got home. I lay on my couch and watched the red dot of a neighbor's router blink against the wall. Sleep came like a car that refuses to turn over, then eventually does out of pity. The last night, the 4th, nothing happened, or things that would have sounded like something if they weren't overshadowed. The sound of a whisper that could have been breeze in the boxwoods. A draft that lifted the tiny hairs on my forearm and then stopped mid-lift. A flash in the periphery that probably was just a headlamp someone forgot to turn off. I finished early, sent in my report with tidy bullet points, and added a line about a sudden temperature drop during hour 24, Sabro 1 Guars, due to the earlier storm. I wrote it like a weather note. Objective, short, almost dismissive. 2 days later, Morales called me. It was weird. He'd never called me outside of a shift. You didn't post anything, he said. Thank you. His voice was even, but there was a background sound I recognized, the click of a man flipping through paper he knows by heart. If anyone asks you, say you heard a story and that you think stories are part of how places hold themselves together. Do you get a lot of people asking about stories? I said. It came out too eager. I wanted him to give me something to stick on a corkboard inside my head that would keep it from unraveling. We get enough, he said. Weather lies, stone lies, wind tells the truth and then pretends it didn't. Was it a thing you all know? I asked, do you have a name for it? It felt childish the second it left my mouth. He was quiet a long time. I thought the call had dropped. We call him the Watcher because the other names feel like tricks, he said. I'm telling you this so you have a box to put it in. Don't go looking for more boxes. I said I wouldn't. He told me to take a day off. He told me to drink water. He hung up. I wish that was the end of it. It would have fit better into my life. But this is the part I haven't told even Danny. 3 weeks later, I was walking home at dusk along a stretch of sidewalk that runs parallel to the cemetery fence. If you live here, you know it. Sycamores overhead dropping bark like puzzle pieces, the air full of cut grass if the grounds crew had been at it. The fence is tall but not impossible to see through if you want. I don't look on purpose. It feels rude, like staring into someone's living room. I had earphones in and wasn't listening to anything, just wearing them so strangers didn't talk to me. A jogger passed, huffing, shoes slapping a rhythm I wanted to keep. A police car rolled by slow and then passed. The air went cold. Not freezer cold, not that. More like the moment before freezer cold. The way you know it's coming because your skin knows things early. I stopped walking. The jogger didn't react. No one ever reacts when you need them to. I looked left through the fence. At first I didn't see anything except the fading light along the white stones. The tiny hum of insects doing their life. I looked again, one of those big, stupid double takes, because a place near a hedge seemed wrong. All hedges are wrong in the exact way hedges are wrong. But this one was wrong, the way a photograph is wrong when someone edits just the person and leaves the rest of it alone. He was there. Same shape, same stance, same discipline in the vowel of his body. Only this time he wasn't near the tomb. He was about 30 yards inside the fence across from me, at a spot where there is nothing but grass and markers, standing as if he was waiting for someone to finish a sentence. He didn't look at me. He looked toward a cluster of headstones like rows of teeth in sleep. He raised his hand in an almost salute and paused like someone remembering which hand he uses to write. He let it drop before it reached his cap. Something in me wanted to climb that fence. It wasn't a desire. It was an instruction stored in my bones like you store the memory of how to ride a bike or which drawer the spoons are in. I took a step toward the fence and the earbud in my right ear hissed. Not white noise, but that old radio static you hear when somebody's on a frequency nearby. Then it clicked and went silent. Too silent, the kind of silence you only hear right before something falls. "Sir?" I said, because apparently that's what I say now. Talking to a hedgeman across a fence in a public space. "Are you?" But I didn't have a word that didn't feel like theft. A metro train went by across the river. The sound came late, like the city wasn't in a hurry. I kept my hands at my sides. After a long minute, that was probably 6 seconds, he took one step away from the hedge and angled his body, so that if you stood exactly where I was, he looked like a photograph of a man taped to a window. He raised his hand again to salute and got halfway this time. He froze there, elbow a line clipped clean by the air. The jogger looped back past me and muttered sorry, even though he didn't bump me. He looked where I was looking and saw nothing and kept running, the rhythm of his shoes staying regular. A metronome the world cared about more than mine. When the man dropped his hand, it was smooth, like a drill movement. The cold slid out of the world and everything rushed back in, the warmth like someone opened an oven. He did not vanish this time. He walked 3 steps, which is not enough to go anywhere, and then wasn't there. The same mirage fold, the same undoing of a crease in the air. I stood there until a park police officer drove up slow and said, "Hey, everything all right?" Out his window. I said yes with a voice that sounded like I was learning how. He waited until I walked away. When I told Danny, I told her a shorter version. "Weird air by the fence," I said, and left it at that. She listened and said, "Then take a different route for a while." Which is exactly the right kind of advice that doesn't move the needle on whatever meter I broke. Since then, it's small things. My phone vibrates at 11:58 p.m. on random nights with no notification. The smoke detector in my apartment chirped once at 3 a.m. and never again. In the grocery store, I turned down a frozen aisle and saw my breath fog for exactly 1 step, and then not. My reflection in the window sometimes stands straighter than I do. It sounds dramatic, but it's not. That's what makes it worse. It's the daily life version, the whisper version. The last time I was near the tomb for work a month ago, a tourist with a heavy camera asked me in a whisper if the thing was true. I said I didn't know what he meant, and he had the decency to look embarrassed. He wandered off with his wife, who carried a map folded so many times it looked like a tissue. Morales stood not far from me, posture a lesson, and for a moment I thought he was going to say something. He didn't. He straightened a line in the air with his eyes and walked away. Miss Hall rolled by in her cart and asked if I wanted a half sandwich. I said no, and then yes, because it felt like turning down a kindness. There was a different kind of rudeness here. I haven't written any of this down until now. because writing feels like pinning something to a board in a place where pins aren't allowed. But I keep waking up at 2:03 a.m., the exact minute my dad used to come home from swings when I was a kid, and my apartment is quiet except for the fridge and a far-off car alarm, and this sense that someone is standing in the other room at attention, waiting for me to say a word I don't know. I don't think I saw a ghost. I know that's the obvious conclusion, stamp it done. But I keep coming back to what Sweeney said about weather and significant days and how stone lies but wind tells the truth first. I think sometimes places remember out loud, and if you happen to be standing in the sentence when it gets said, you get to hear it by mistake. Maybe the man in the outdated uniform isn't a spirit so much as a held breath that never got released on schedule, an appointment that was never crossed off. Maybe he's nothing more or less than the shape the promise took when it needed to be visible for a second. Or maybe I'm tired. Maybe you'll tell me I saw a person and my brain dressed him up. I would accept that. I would be grateful for it. But I keep my vest hanging by the door and I find myself checking the pocket, making sure my radio is clipped even though I don't need it at home. I find myself stepping off with my left foot when I cross a room. I used to slouch. Now my shoulders pull back in the hallway when I think no one's looking. Last week I took the long way to the metro on purpose just so I wouldn't pass the fence. I cut behind a row of townhouses where a neighbor was watering his plants before work, the hose making that first cough of air, and then a stream. He nodded, I nodded back. The sky was a new blue and a flag on a porch snapped in a little wind that didn't seem to touch anything else. My phone buzzed at 11:58 p.m. that night, and when I swiped it, the screen stayed black like it hadn't been told to be otherwise. I listened to the quiet and said "sir" into my empty room, because habit doesn't respect your clock. I never thought I'd be the kind of person who needs to tell strangers that the place where the city breathes has a corner that breathes in a different rhythm. But I do. I want it on record that at least once, at a very precise spot when the air was wrong, a man in a uniform that doesn't belong to this year stood like he was the answer to a question no one was brave enough to ask out loud. He raised his hand and made the wind move around him and was gone in front of me, politely. The way someone leaves the room so they don't interrupt a conversation. And if you go there at night and think you hear an extra set of footsteps only half in time, don't chase them. Don't take a picture. Just stand like a person would at a doorway when someone else is coming in or out. Let the wind tell you what it remembers. And if you feel your shoulders pull back like you're part of something you didn't sign up for, don't be scared. Or be scared, but be still. I'll go back because I have to. There are drains to clear and lamps to replace and a scratch in a plaque that still needs paint. I'll text Danny at the start of my shift like she asked. I'll stand by the admin building and watch the sodium lights flatten the world. If a train goes by, I'll let it remind me everything keeps moving. And if the night draws that cold line across the plaza again, if a figure gathers at the edge where hedges pretend to be walls, I'll do what I did before. Step back, keep quiet, make room. Maybe this time the salute will finish. Maybe it won't. The watcher doesn't owe me a conclusion. I'll tell myself I'm writing this to get it off my chest, but the truth is I'm leaving it here the way people tuck flowers in fence links. Small offerings under a vast sky. Not because I want to be believed, although that would be nice. Because sometimes you set something down where you know someone else will pass by. And you trust that when they do, they'll see it out of the corner of their eye and feel the temperature drop for just a second, and wonder if someone is standing just out of frame, holding a promise steady, waiting for the right moment to lift a hand and vanish politely into the wind. I never planned on writing this down, mostly because I don't want to be the Salem guy at work, the one who spins ghost stories at lunch, and then wonders why he's not invited to the serious meetings, but I haven't really slept right since last October, and it's getting worse every time my phone vibrates with some random photo memory. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I just want the shaking to stop when I unlock my screen, and my hands won't calm down unless I put this somewhere people can see it. Last fall, my sister Maya talked me into going to Salem for a weekend. She's the planner between us and had a spreadsheet with color-coded blocks for cider, museums, and spooky but not cheesy stuff. I'm on the fence about tourist traps, but I said yes because she'd just started dating this guy Colin, and I wanted to get to know him while he was still on his best behavior. It wasn't a witchy thing for us. We grew up in Massachusetts, but our mom hated crowds, so we never did the Halloween scene there. It felt like one of those holes in your childhood you try to patch in your 30s. We rented a small apartment above a barber shop on Essex Street. It had those old creaky floors that felt soft in the middle and firm at the edges, and a living room window that looked straight down at the walk of tourists and street performers. If you leaned out, you could see the steeple of the old church, and if the wind blew right, you could hear the guy who plays House of the Rising Sun on bagpipes. When we arrived, it was raining that fine cold mist New England specializes in. The Airbnb host had left a handwritten note on the counter. Please remove shoes. Door sticks. Watch the top step uneven. She signed it with a smiley face, and Catherine, downstairs if you need anything. Maya had booked tickets for the Witch House and a harbor. Turin then left the last block of the first evening blank. Free roam. Colin threw in some ideas, an escape room, a tarot reading, but I suggested we walk through Burying Point before the gate closed. Part of that was practical. We could catch it in the last of the light and avoid the big tour groups, but the other part was nostalgia. I do photography on the side, mostly street and buildings. Old stones and old light are an easy combination. We hit the graveyard a little before dusk. If you haven't been, it's smaller than you'd picture from the postcards. There's a low stone wall, a gate that looks like it got new hinges in the 80s, and beyond that a tight grid of slate headstones tilted at all sorts of angles like crooked teeth. The grass is short but patchy, and there's a dirt path that bends in an awkward S. The light at that hour had this pearly quality. It wasn't golden, just thin and even, like everything was gently lit from inside. I remember the smell too. Damp leaves with the ghost of summer sunscreen. Off to the side, near the memorial for the trials, a tour guide in a red windbreaker spoke in a voice that carried too easily. Somewhere a dog barked and then didn't again. Maya took a few selfies with the stones in the background. She never posts anything without a hasty "do I look weird?" preview, so she made faces and made me move so I wasn't in the frame. Colin, who's one of those guys who tries to look better by looking like he doesn't care, walked the perimeter with his hands in his jacket pockets, reading names but pretending he wasn't. I took maybe a dozen shots, the texture of the slate, the way the lichen made pale circles like frost, a sliver of the old church just visible between two leaning stones. I crouched low and tried to catch the rain beating on a carved skull, and then my phone buzzed with a weather alert. Coastal flood advisory, which made me smile because we were miles from any flood, and that's how Massachusetts works. Broad stroke warnings that apply to you only if you squint. At one point, the red windbreaker guide said, "Closed at night, no exceptions," and I glanced at the gate to check the time. There was a white sign, "No entry after dark," and someone had drawn a tiny smiley face in the bottom corner, the same little curve and dot Catherine had used in her note. It should have been cute. I remember thinking it was and then feeling stupid for noticing. The strange thing started small. I took a picture of Maya and Colin because they asked me to. They stood near a stone with a winged hourglass, and I stepped back on the path so I could line them up with the church spire. A man with a gray hoodie crossed behind them, head down, hands in his pockets, moving quickly like he needed to be somewhere. He was in my periphery for a second. He didn't brush me or anything, and then he was gone. That's not the strange part. The strange part is that when I checked the photo a minute later, there was a gap where he should have been. I don't mean he wasn't in it. I mean there was this faint distortion, like heat shimmer, and behind the shimmer the stones looked wrong. The angle of them was off by a few degrees, like a funhouse mirror, the kind of thing you'd chalk up to a camera glitch if you're the kind of person who doesn't want to think hard about glitches. I almost didn't mention it. Then Colin saw me pinch zooming and said, "What, did I blink?" "Do it again." I showed him. He made the face people make when they can't tell what they're supposed to be seeing, and then he said, "That's just how iPhones stitch the image when you move." He said it with the confidence of someone who has no idea how anything works and hopes to startle the world into agreeing. "It's not a panorama," I said. Maya took my phone and squinted the way she does when she's reading small print. "Huh," she said. Then she shrugged. We all shrugged. We left when a cop with a flashlight did a slow stroll along the wall. He didn't yell. He just shone the light at the ground like he was looking for something, and then up at the sign like the sign might read itself differently if he stared it down. There were sirens far away, ambulance probably. A woman in a witch hat stepped aside for us at the gate and said, "It's more fun at night," and the cop said, "It is not, ma'am," with the cadence of someone who had said those exact words 100 times. We got cider from a stand near the common, and then ducked into a pub called the Old Spot. It smelled like beer and fried fish and wet jackets. The bartender was busy in that "I'm not ignoring you, I'm just moving on a rhythm you can't hear" way. We sat at a high table near the door. The lights were warm and dim, and the mirror behind the bar had damp streaks where someone had wiped it with a towel and then given up. Maya rolled her eyes at the touristy drinks with names like the Witchfinder and Hex on the Beach. Colin ordered one anyway and took a picture of it with his phone, because that's who he is when he pretends he's not trying. It was only when Maya went to the bathroom and Colin stepped outside to answer a call that I checked the rest of my photos. Most of them were fine. One of the stones had a carved angel with a face that looked like it had melted, and I had caught it from an angle that made the wings look almost like hands. But then I swiped to the one of Maya and Colin, and the shimmer place wasn't shimmering anymore. It had settled into something closer to a thing, a vertical pale blur. Not a man, not exactly. Two darker spots where eyes would be. Except they didn't break the line so much as sink into it. I could tell myself it was motion blur or a lens smudge. There was a sprinkling of mist on my jacket. The bartender leaned into someone's story and laughed, and the laugh wobbled in the glassware, and my phone buzzed with an email about a meeting next week. It would have been easy to put it away. I didn't show Maya because she'd worry, and I didn't show Colin because it would turn into a bit. He'd start sneaking behind my photos and doing a gaunt face in the background, and then I'd be mad and he'd pretend not to understand why. Instead, I flagged it in my Photos app, not because I like flags, but because it felt like the digital equivalent of putting a finger on a page while you think. That night, rain ticked on the window like someone tapping fingernails. The apartment above the barbershop had a small back bedroom that looked onto an alley, and once when I turned over, I saw the glow of a security light turn the alley a flat white, and then click off. I'm not someone who wonders about ghosts. I'm someone who has half a dozen chargers at slightly different lengths and needs to test them every time to see which one works. It took me a long time to fall asleep. In the morning, Maya wanted to hit the museum early and then maybe do the House of the Seven Gables in the afternoon. Colin wanted to sleep in and then grab breakfast sandwiches. We compromised by doing none of those things immediately and wandering instead. Salem does mornings a little sleepy. The Halloween people show up later. The coffee shop we found had a chalkboard sign that said spells and lattes, but poured a straightforward espresso. The barista had a septum ring, and the calm look of someone who has decided to ride out October rather than fight it. "What do you want to do before the crowds?" Maya asked. I said, "One more walk through the cemetery, but daytime and quick." She frowned because she hates repeating steps on an itinerary, but I said I wanted to get one more shot of a particular stone, and that was almost true. Colin shrugged like he didn't care, but grabbed his jacket. It felt different in the morning. The grass still held dew, and the stones seemed to have been polished a shade darker by the drizzle. There was one groundskeeper with a rake and a bucket, and he looked at us like we were mildly annoying but not enough to yell about. A group of high school kids crunched by, their teacher's voice doing that hopeful, bright thing teacher voices do on field trips. A drone buzzed somewhere overhead and then flicked away with a jerky, guilty movement, like it knew it wasn't supposed to be there. I lined up the shot from the same spot as before. I even counted 3 paces back from a crack in the path and 1 to the right to match the angle. It's the kind of silly ritual you fall into when you tell yourself you're not superstitious. I took 3 photos. Maya said, "Are we good?" Colin said, "I'm hungry." Then an older woman approached us. Red knit hat, wool coat, a canvas bag with the logo of a library on it. She had that older Massachusetts woman look, face set kindly but not to be messed with. She said, "Excuse me, would you know where the Parker stone is? Captain Jonathan Parker?" Her mouth tightened a little when she said the name, like it was either precious or a joke. "I can look it up," I said, because that's what phones have done to my generation. We offer to search before we try to remember. I tried the cemetery map on my screen and it loaded slowly, the blue dot drifting and then snapping back. "We're visiting my husband's people," she explained. "We come every few years. I always forget if he's the one with the willow or the skull." She smiled at Maya. The willows were when people got sentimental. While I scrolled, the groundskeeper came nearer and said, "You looking for someone?" The woman turned to him with relief. "Captain Jonathan Parker," she said again. He nodded. "Yeah, I know him. Over there." He pointed with the rake, and the woman said, "Thank you," and started to follow. Then she turned to us and said, "He didn't much like company in life or now. He's the sort who shows up in photos when you don't invite him." It was a joke, I think. She said it with the tone of something said 100 times in a family. We didn't go with them. We left because the schedule needed to be fed, and I tried not to be the person who starves it. On the way out, I checked the 3 photos I'd just taken. In the first, nothing unusual. In the second, the edges of the stones had a warp-like heat above asphalt in summer. In the third, there he was. Or it, that same pale vertical. A hint of a narrower section near the top where a head should be, except it wasn't a head. You know how you can look at a face and know immediately where the eyes are? Even if the light is weird or the features are blurred, you can't talk yourself out of that recognition. This was like that, but wrong. The way you know when a photo of hands has the thumb on the wrong side because someone mirrored it without thinking. I locked my phone and told myself I'd deal with it later. We did the museum. We ate too early lunch. The sky cleared a little and then darkened the way it does near the water. Blue patches, then gray like someone leaning their hand against frosted glass. When we passed the graveyard again, there was caution tape near one section. A cop stood with his arms crossed, talking to a younger guy in a zip-up with Parks embroidered on it. Maya whispered, "What happened?" "Like whispering in public makes a thing private." The cop said, "Just some stones toppled in the night. No big deal." His bored tone felt practiced. The Parks guy said nothing. That afternoon, I got a text from an unknown number. It was a photo. Not a spam photo. A regular, obviously taken photo. It showed me and Maya and Colin entering the cemetery gate the night before. The person who sent it had been standing near the corner of the street where a busker often sets up, which I only know because of a stain on the sidewalk, a smear like a crescent moon. The angle caught my face in that half-turned pose where you know you're about to look down, and you're embarrassed by that certainty. Behind us, over my left shoulder, the pale shape leaned as if listening. It was positioned just outside the gate like someone waiting to be let in. I stared at it until the bus brakes outside pulled me back. I replied, "Who is this?" No answer. I showed Maya. She went pale in a way that made me feel protective and annoyed. "It's probably a guy from a tour," she said. "They take pictures to post on their pages. They text people to get engagement." It was such a reasonable thing to say that my phone felt heavier in my hand. We found a cop near the common and told him someone was texting us pictures. He took my number down and said, "Could be a mix-up, could be a creep. I'll let the night patrol know to keep an eye out. Don't walk alone after last call." His badge said Marcus D. He asked if we wanted to file a report, and when I hesitated, he added, "Honestly, you can file from your couch if you decide later. It's the same. You'll get an email. Enjoy the weekend." He was polite in that way where you feel like you've importuned a busy day. We went back to the apartment. Catherine downstairs knocked around, 6 with fresh towels and a note about the street, being shut for a few hours the next morning for a K. She had an easy smile and the kind of eyes that crinkle even when she's not smiling. When she noticed the tense air, you could taste it like old pennies, she asked, "Everything all right?" I said we'd had a weird moment at the cemetery. She said, "Oh, honey, everything's a weird moment in October. Don't feed it too much and it won't follow you home." She winked and then seemed to realize it wasn't helpful and added, "Seriously, lock the door. Some people drink and dare each other to climb over the wall. We get some colorful." She did air quotes around colorful, and I liked her enough not to be annoyed by it. We decided to do one of those nighttime walking tours, mostly to keep ourselves from sitting in the room and spinning bad stories. The guide we got was theatrical but not obnoxious. He took us by the waterfront, and then back to Charter Street and told a historical anecdote about mourning jewelry that would have been more touching if I hadn't been waiting for him to pull a novelty snake from his pocket. When we reached the graveyard, we stayed outside the wall like the rules say. He talked about carving motifs and the way you can date a stone by whether the skull smiles. The crowd did its murmurs. I tried to linger at the back to avoid becoming the guy who says, "Technically, that's not entirely accurate." And then the guide said, "If you take a picture and you see someone where there's no one, it's probably because your camera is better at seeing changes than you are. No ghost, just your device comparing frames." But he held up a finger. "If you look long enough, your brain will make a ghost anyway. Brains are hungry animals." He grinned and flicked his flashlight against his palm, which left a vertical white afterimage that hung for a second and then faded. Everyone took their pictures. It's nearly impossible not to when a guide says if. We tried not to, and then we did. Maya elbowed me and laughed without humor. I took one quickly and then looked. Nothing, just stones and a dozen screens bright against the dark. Then a live photo did its brief motion replay, and I saw out of the corner the pale shape tilt. The way you tilt when you try to catch someone's name in a loud bar. I felt my stomach go cold, a junky heat, and then a pull. I could tell you this is where my rational brain packed up, but it didn't. It tried hard to keep its job. Motion artifact, it whispered. Lens flare, reflective raindrop. I tried to unsee it by naming it. At the end of the tour, the guide reminded everyone to respect the wall and the posted hours. A couple in matching beanies asked for a dinner recommendation. The group drifted while he talked, and we drifted too. The night had that specific late October sound. Damp wheels, a faraway gull, a shout 2 streets over that you tell yourself is happy. We rounded the corner by the memorial. The low wall there is more of a suggestion than a barrier, and I know, Colin stepped over it. It wasn't a dumb dare. It was almost an absent-minded thing. He saw something beyond and went to see it. Maya said his name with that warning tone, and he turned and waved like he knew how it looked. Then the security light by the church clicked to full brightness, flooding the area with this hard white that made everything look flatter, and also too sharp. In that light, the pale shape wasn't pale anymore. It was the color of the stones, the color of old slate, but thinner, like a shadow with bones. "Hey!" the voice came from behind us. Officer Marcus D. walking fast. "Out now. He didn't run." He didn't need to. The light, the sudden stillness of the air, those did the work. Colin, who hates being called out more than he hates most things, made a face but stepped back over the wall. His sneakers scuffed the top and left a chalky mark. Marcus looked at it, then looked at Colin, and we all looked at the mark like it had said something rude. "Closed after dark," Marcus said again, and his voice didn't have the practiced boredom this time. It had a carefulness, like each word had edges. "We're going," Maya said. Marcus nodded. His eyes flicked past us toward the angle where the memorial wall makes a corner. For a second he made a face people make when they've just remembered a name they've been reaching for and realized they wish they hadn't. When we were half a block away, Maya said, "What were you doing?" To Colin, he shrugged. "Thought I saw my friend from college." It was so ridiculous I almost laughed, and then he added, "Not like him now, like him in old pictures." He said it softly, like he didn't want the street to hear, and I swallowed my reply. If this were a story with an easy ending, I'd tell you we went back to the apartment and triple locked the door and nothing else happened until we left. But in the morning, before the 5K closed the street, Maya and I went downstairs to grab coffee. Colin said he'd catch up. He didn't. When we returned, he was standing by the living room window staring at the glass. He had drawn with his finger in the condensation, a simple outline of a face. Oval, eyes like 2 dots, a suggestion of a nose. "What are you doing?" Maya asked, keeping her voice light, and he raised his hand and erased it with the side of his palm. "Just warming the place up," he said, and smiled, and his breath left a smear that looked for a second like that same oval. The rest of the day blurred. Museum, sandwiches, a check-in at the station to confirm the non-report we hadn't filed. Marcus wasn't there. His colleague, a woman with braids and a quick smile, took our information. She asked if the unknown number had texted again. It hadn't. She wrote down the number anyway. "We get tour operators who spam people with airdrops or Bluetooth stuff," she said. "But that's usually immediate. This is odd." She didn't say more, and I appreciated that. I was at the end of what I could politely receive. We drove home that afternoon. The rain returned in low curtains that smeared the windshield. Maya fell asleep, then woke, then slept again, each time jerking with a sound like a small startle. Colin scrolled through his phone and didn't look up much. When we got to my place, we did the awkward thing where you don't hug in case hugging acknowledges something needful. Maya did anyway and squeezed hard. "We'll do a beach weekend next time," she said, which is our family code for nothing old, nothing heavy. I nodded. They left. That night I plugged my phone in on the nightstand and let it back up. I don't know why I didn't immediately dump the photos. Part of me wanted to pretend that would close a door, but another part felt like deleting a map mid-journey. I turned on a podcast and lay in the half-dark. Outside, a neighbor's car alarm chirped twice, a lock, an unlock, a relock. My upstairs neighbor ran water. The radiator knocked like polite knuckles. Normal sounds. When I reached for the phone to set my alarm, the lock screen lit with a "Your Memories" alert. This day last year, the kind that usually serves me a photo of my left knee in hiking shorts. Reflex made me swipe. It wasn't an old photo. It was a new one, time-stamped 5 minutes earlier, the gap between setting the phone down and closing my eyes. The shot was of me in bed. I was turned a little toward the wall, one arm over the blanket. The camera angle was from the corner by the closet across the room. In the far right of the frame, where the closet door sat just ajar, the pale vertical shape leaned in. Not much, just enough to suggest attention. The eyes, if you want to call them that, were where they had always been. The alignment was the same. The face, not a face, was not gaunt in the sense of having cheeks you could count. It was gaunt in the sense of lack, like someone had scraped away the middle and left the edges. I didn't move. I listened. Traffic hum, the mechanical vent's quiet whir, a soft creak in the hallway like wood remembering a foot from earlier. I waited for the rush of adrenaline that makes people do things in stories. It didn't come. I was heavy and very calm, like before a medical procedure when the nurse says, "This will take the edge off." At some point I must have slept. In the morning the photo was still there. I checked my apartment. The closet was empty except for shirts and a shoe I thought I'd lost. The windows were locked. The chain on the door hung the way it always hangs. There's a thin line of dust where it lands, and it had cut its line into the dust overnight. I texted Maya a hand wave emoji and, "How's your morning?" And she wrote back a photo of coffee and then, a second later, "Okay, weird," and then, "Call when you can." When I called, she told me she'd taken a picture of the dog at her place. It's not her dog. It's our neighbor's dog who basically lives half with her because she has a yard. And in the background, reflected in the TV turned off, was that same narrow suggestion of someone who ought to be there but wasn't. She sent it to me. The face was no. I won't call it a face. The shape was in the same relative position as it had been behind us at the gate, like it had learned the spot at my left shoulder and kept to it. We did not go to the police because what would we say? Our phones are haunted? I told myself the photos could be faked or edited by a person. I started sleeping with the phone off. I started leaving the closet open. I bought a motion detector for the bedroom and set it to chirp if anything human-sized entered after midnight. It chirped once at 4 a.m, and I nearly broke my shin on the nightstand rushing to hit the light. No one there. No one in the hallway on the camera. The device log, when I checked it, said activity detected, and then activity ceased. 2 entries with identical timestamps. For days, nothing. Work asked why my slides for the metrics meeting looked grim. I said I had a cold. A week later, the unknown number texted again. Another photo. This one was from the old spot, the pub, that first night. The angle was too high to be from another patron. It was like the lens had been halfway up by the ceiling and slightly skewed, like the mirror, but from a place no mirror occupies. My shoulders, it hated my shoulders. The pale vertical leaned toward my left again like a draft. The text accompanying the photo was just a location tag, Charter Saint. No date, no words. I replied, "Who are you?" And it came back delivered, and then, minutes later, read, and then nothing else. Maya suggested we go back to Salem during the day to close whatever this was. The kind of magical thinking that appeals to people who knit and believe in finishing rows. Colin said no. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't joke. He just said no. I slept on the couch last night because I didn't want to face the bedroom, and I dreamed I was on the wrong side of a door listening to people say my name, and then stop saying it. He rubbed the heel of his hand under his eye. "If you go, bring a souvenir like a keychain. That's how you'll know you're back." Maya looked at me. I said I'd go alone. I drove back on a Sunday morning when the sky felt like paper held up to sun, thin but bright. Salem was quieter than in October. The barber shop was closed. The apartment window was just a window. Catherine's notes in my head, "Don't feed it," felt like a well-meant recipe that leaves out an ingredient you only discover after you taste it. The cemetery gate was open. A Parks truck idled near the wall. The groundskeeper from before was there. Different angle to his cap, same rake. I nodded. He nodded like he recognized me, but not from where. I walked in and went to the spot. 3 paces from the crack, 1 to the right. I lifted my phone, then lowered it. I felt suddenly stupid for giving it this much ceremony, like I was making a genuflection to an app. Looking for someone? The groundskeeper again, voice even. Not really, I said, just needed to see it in the day. I gestured at the stones. He nodded again. People come for that. Night makes ideas look bigger. He bent to gather wet leaves. He added after a second, day doesn't make them smaller, though. Do you believe in the... I didn't know how to end that sentence, so I didn't. He saved me. I believe in people seeing what they've brought with them, he said. And I believe the ground here listens. That's not the same as it talking. I thanked him because that is what you say when you are grateful and at sea. I took one picture because it felt worse not to. Then I left. At the gate, I paused and looked back. There was no one in the frame. Just slate and grass in the shape of light. On the drive home, my phone face down on the passenger seat. A notification popped and skittered like a leaf across the lock screen. I didn't look at it, not then. I put on a radio station with too much static and let the hiss wrap the car. When I finally pulled into my parking lot and cut the engine, the sudden quiet made my ears ring. I picked up the phone and unlocked it and saw that it wasn't a message. It was the Photos app again, organizing without my consent. It had made an album for me. It had titled it, for once accurately, People and Faces. There was only one face in it. I tapped. It opened a grid of every picture from the trip where the algorithm had found the pale vertical. It had caught places I hadn't noticed. A reflection in the coffee shop window, a smudge in the museum case glass, a streak in the chrome of a car bumper we'd passed on the way to the harbor. It even pulled in a photo from 2 years ago that I'd taken on a different phone at my friend Lauren's wedding, where I'm on the balcony holding a champagne flute and my left shoulder is filled by that same thin suggestion. Like someone had stood too close and then hadn't. That album is still on my phone. I can't delete it. I don't mean I'm not allowed to. I mean the button works and the photos slide into the trash and then the album returns like a reposted rumor. I wake at night to the small dry click a charger makes when it seats, even when I'm not charging anything. I moved the bed to the center of the room because a friend said it would help me sleep. It didn't help. I started hanging my jacket on a hook in the far corner, so the closet didn't make a mouth when it was ajar. The jacket sways sometimes when the air is still. Last week I got another text from the unknown number. It wasn't a photo this time. It was a simple line of text. Open your front camera. I didn't. I wrote back, who are you? And it delivered and then read and then nothing again. The next morning, while making coffee, I brushed against the button and the camera for a second flipped to me, and what I saw, just before I fumbled and dropped the phone, was my face tired and over my left shoulder the kitchen window, and in the window the faintest, thinnest curve of something like a cheek that isn't a cheek, and it was looking not at me but slightly past me, like someone at a party pretending not to eavesdrop. I tell myself it's a trick of glass. I tell myself it's a glitch. I tell myself the brain is a hungry animal. But in the evenings I find myself standing at the sink with the light off, watching the black square of the window become my mirror, and I see sometimes the suggestion of a person a half step behind my left shoulder, waiting, and if I lean a little it leans. If I freeze it freezes. If I turn too fast it's gone, except not gone enough. Maya says we should go back again in summer and make new pictures. Colin says he doesn't dream about the door anymore, which is its own answer. Catherine texts sometimes with discount codes for the apartment, like she's trying to coax a repeat visit, like a friendly algorithm with a face I can assign kindness to. Officer Marcus D is a name that shows up in the local paper once this winter, quoted about a parking enforcement initiative, looking down at a ticket book with a half smile, and in the corner of the photo the mirror of a storefront holds a smear of light that could be anything, and I don't sleep well that night. I keep my phone in a drawer now when I'm home, like the problem is modesty. My sister says that's dramatic. Maybe. Maybe it's less that I'm hiding it and more that I'm giving it a place to sit. Sometimes on a quiet afternoon, I hear the faint, soft hiss of a notification through the wood, the way you hear someone shift on the other side of a thin wall, testing the weight of the floorboards, learning the creaks. I don't always check. When I do, it's almost never anything. Spam, calendar, a weather alert about a place I'm not in, but every few weeks there's a picture of me or a picture I took, and in it a gap where someone should be, only there's no someone. There's the outline left behind when a person moves away, and the air remembers their shape for a breath. And in that outline, deep as the inside of a word you choose not to say, there's a face that isn't a face, and it stands just over my left shoulder, waiting, even when I am alone. I never planned on putting this into words. It felt like one of those things you carry around like a smooth rock in your pocket. Heavy sometimes, comforting other times, and private in a way you can't explain. But the last few nights I've been hearing the same sound again, the dry scrape of metal and dirt. And I keep seeing a man in the corner of my eye at dusk. I know I'm not sleeping well. I know my brain could be inventing things. Still, I need to tell you what happened in Tombstone, Arizona, because if something's following me, maybe writing it down is a way of drawing a line somewhere. I went because of a podcast. Not my podcast exactly. I do sound for a small indie show my friend Maya hosts. It's not really a ghost show, more like travel stories and American oddities. The idea was to make a fun Halloween episode about real ghost towns. And Tombstone is touristy, but it's the kind of name people click on. My younger brother Luke tagged along because he'd never been to Arizona and had a long weekend. He's practical to the point of annoying and doesn't believe in any of this. He packed extra sunscreen, a hat with a neck flap, and 2 liters of water for each of us, even though we were going in October. He was already making fun of how many portable batteries I'd brought for the microphones. "You're going to power the whole county," he said, shaking one of the bricks like it might be full of sand. We flew into Tucson, rented a car with a cracked windshield the size of a fingernail, and drove out on the kind of highway that tricks you into thinking the mountains are closer than they are. The desert light in the late afternoon has layers to it, warm honey across the scrub and then sharp white glare off the hood. I'm not a poetic person, but there was something about it. The road hummed under the tires. Maya had her feet on the dash and kept fiddling with the small recorder, even though I told her to conserve the batteries. Luke did the thing where he taps the steering wheel in rhythm and whistles tunelessly through his teeth. We stayed at a place that had changed names too many times. One of those motels that tries to be historic by putting sepia photographs in the lobby. The front desk clerk, a woman named Doris with a cotton candy perm, asked if we were here for the ghosts. Maya said yes enthusiastically, and Luke said no at the exact same time. Doris smiled and slid the keycards across the counter. "Well, Boot Hill's down the road," she said. "Closes at dusk. That's when folks say you'll see him. We get people coming through every October. Some stay, some don't. See who?" Maya asked, even though I knew she already had the story in her notes. She wanted the recording of someone local saying it. "The gravedigger," Doris said with that fixed-lipped smile older ladies use when they're somehow both amused and warning you. "You know the one. Shovel in hand, mutters names. That's what my granddaddy told me. But don't trespass. Sheriff doesn't like that. And don't pick up the little stones people leave. That's for the dead to carry." That first evening, we walked the tourist strip just to get a feel for it. The town looks like a movie set someone forgot to strike. Lots of world's best fudge and fake gunfight posters. We got tacos from a window and ate them on a bench under a string of old-fashioned bulbs. A couple in matching leather vests asked where we were from. A bus tour rolled past with a guy on a microphone doing a grave impression of an outlaw. The breeze came in dry curls that smelled like dust and creosote. I remember that because I kept thinking it smelled like a damp sidewalk even though there hadn't been rain. We talked to a bartender at the Crystal Palace who had a nose ring like a little anchor. She told Maya about weird things tourists see at Boot Hill. "Mostly shadows and tricks of light," she said, polishing the bar like they do in movies. "They'll tell you it's a man in a long coat with a shovel. Some say he's got no eyes, which is ridiculous. Our sheriff says it's the brain filling in shapes. But my aunt swears she heard him say her neighbor's name once. The neighbor had a stroke the next morning. So make of that what you will." "Did your aunt like her neighbor?" Luke asked because he thinks he's funny. "She took him soup when his wife died," the bartender said. "So yeah, she was upset. We kept it light because that's how you do it the first night." At the motel, Luke watched a football replay with the volume low. Maya transferred audio and labeled files on her laptop. I set up a little charging station on the desk. Battery packs lined up like bricks, cables coiled neatly. I always do that because it keeps my hands busy. I have this habit of flicking a quarter between my fingers when I'm nervous, and the desk coin tray at home is nearly empty because of it. That night I kept touching the weight of the quarter in my pocket without taking it out. I fell asleep to the sound of the motel ice machine throating out cubes every hour. The next afternoon we went to the Boot Hill graveyard. I learned you're supposed to spell it like that. One word, but the old sign says Boot Hill. There's a gift shop that sells postcards and fake marshal badges. The man at the register wore a white cowboy hat and had the kind of sunburned wrinkles that look like a road map. He didn't blink much. When Maya told him what we were doing, he didn't smile, but he wasn't unkind. "Stick to the path," he said. "There's snakes still, even now. Don't topple any stones, and if you get approached by anyone asking for donations, send them to me. There's no donation boxes out there, no matter what people tell you. That's a scam." His name tag said Henry Fenn. I asked if he'd ever seen the gravedigger. He squinted like I'd shined a light in his eyes. "Seen a lot of things," he said. "You stand in that light at the end of the day and your eyes start making their own pictures. People like to put names to things. We have a night watchman for the back gate who says he hears digging sometimes when the wind comes off the washes. That's the roots, I tell him. Mesquite roots. They scratch. And coyotes. Coyotes make sounds that'll turn your bones." Maya asked if we could record him saying that, but he shook his head. "I've said enough," he said, and rang up a bundle of postcards like they were heavy bricks. Out in the cemetery, the ground is uneven, and the grass grows in stubborn tufts. The markers are upright boards, many with those bluntly honest epitaphs you see in photos. Murdered. Shot by friends. Hanged. The path crunches, and when you stop, everything else is suddenly too quiet. No bugs humming. No birds. At the end of the path, there's a view that makes you feel the earth is bigger than you thought it was. That late afternoon, the sun was a pale gold disk, and the shadows were longer than they should have been for how bright it was. We set up like we always do. Maya wears a lav mic clipped to her collar and holds a handheld for anyone we meet. I had the shotgun mic on the boom just in case. Luke took pictures on his phone for social. He was pretending to be above it, but he was also reading the markers out loud, because that's a reflex. Names are small prayers when you say them. We were alone except for a family. Dad in a camo cap, Mom with a stroller, 2 teenagers dragging their feet, and a pair of women in wide brim hats who positioned themselves carefully for selfies. I remember the women because they wore dusty pink skirts that looked impractical for walking. At first, it was nothing unusual. Maya read a few names and told a story into the mic about life on the frontier and how Boot Hill became a tourist attraction. A breeze picked up that put a sound in the mic like fabric against fabric. I checked the windscreen and held up 3 fingers to tell her I needed 3 more minutes of room tone. She nodded and we stood in the heat and listened. The family shuffled away toward the gift shop. The women in pink moved toward the back fence where the view is best, and the breeze went through a patch of weeds so they hissed. Then I heard the scrape. It wasn't loud. It was soft, like someone was careful not to make noise. It came from behind a cluster of low headstones near the back, not the direction of the gift shop or the road. Luke heard it too. I know because he stopped tapping the back of his phone and tilted his head the way he does when he's trying to figure out what a car engine is doing. "You get that?" he said. I held up a finger and pointed the shotgun mic toward the sound. It came again, a short, dry drag. Then a pause. Then another. Not steady like a shovel in a rhythmic dig, but a shuffle drag scrape like someone testing the ground. Maya mouthed, "Coyotes." I shook my head because if it was an animal, it wasn't moving like one. The stones made it look crowded, as if you couldn't stand up straight between them. But the path runs right there. So I started toward the noise. Luke followed because he doesn't like being left out of finding answers. Maya said, "Wait," but came with us anyway because that's who she is. The wind dropped as we moved and the sound got clearer. It had a texture to it, the way dry dirt falls back on itself. Around the last cluster of markers, there's a small open patch where the original fence used to be. That's where I saw him. I'm telling you exactly what I saw, not what the story says you see. He was a man of average height, wearing a long, dark coat that looked too heavy for the weather. He stood with one hand on a shovel as if leaning there for a rest. Not slumped, not menacing. The hat he wore was pulled down low so I couldn't see his face. He looked like he was doing a job he'd been doing a long time. For a second I thought he was part of an employee reenactor thing, like a guy hired to spook people. That was the only thing that made sense. I started to say something like, "Hey, we're not here after hours." But he lifted his head toward us in a slow, noticing way, and I felt my mouth go dry, because he wasn't a cutout shape. He wasn't transparent or glowing, nothing theatrical. He was just there and wrong in a small way I couldn't name. The shovel blade had scraped the ground next to the path and left a pale mark. But when the breeze lifted the dust, the mark seemed to disappear faster than it should have, like the dirt didn't want to show where it had been touched. He said a name. It was soft but clear, Carrie. Just like that. No flourish. I looked around thinking some woman named Carrie would turn, but there was no one nearby. The women in pink were too far to hear him. The family had left. Maya looked at me, eyebrows up, like, did we just get that? Luke said, okay, that's weird, with a laugh on the end that wasn't a laugh. Then he said another name. Thomas, again, gentle. It was the way a nurse says your name in a waiting room. And then he said Doris. That one made me jump like I'd been tapped on the shoulder. I thought of the motel clerk immediately, even though plenty of people are named Doris. I told myself it was a coincidence. Maya, to her credit, tipped the mic toward him and said, "Sir, are you a volunteer here?" He didn't answer. He put the shovel tip in the dry ground and pushed it not more than an inch, enough to make that careful scrape, and said, "Maya." He said it like he knew her. Not like he was calling to her. More like he was noting something. Maya went very still. The recorder in her hand didn't waver. "Okay," Luke said louder. "Okay, you got us. Where's your buddy with the camera?" But no one came out. The man didn't move again. He didn't even turn his head. I could tell he had, if not eyes, at least the intent of eyes under that brim, because I felt the weight of being seen. He said, "Patrick, that's a name none of us have. A safe name to hear, except my dad's best friend from church when we were kids was named Patrick, and I hadn't thought of him in years." We backed off because the weirdness grew flat and heavy, and the sensible part of your brain yanks the leash when that happens. Maya whispered, "We should go," and I nodded, and Luke, who never leaves before the punchline, said, "Yeah, we're done." We walked quickly to the entrance, not running, because running would have somehow made it worse. I kept the shotgun mic pointed behind me even as I told myself I was being dramatic. The gift shop door made a little bell noise, and Henry Fenn looked up from whatever he was doing. We told him there was a guy back there with a shovel saying names. He didn't react like we were telling him something new. He just lifted the phone on the counter and made a single call. "Ruiz," he said. "We got someone after hours again." He listened, said, "Mm-hmm," and hung up. "Deputy's on his way," he told us. "You folks wait here." While we waited, the two women in pink came in and bought a ceramic magnet, laughing about how the light made their photos look all Victorian. They hadn't seen him. The deputy arrived in exactly 4 minutes, like he'd been in his car already. He was a clean-shaven guy with forearms that made his sleeves look too tight, and a polite steadiness that almost calmed me. "Deputy Ruiz," he said, introducing himself like we were meeting at a barbecue. We told him what we'd seen, and he asked a couple of normal questions. Could we describe the man? Did we get video? Had he said anything besides names? Maya played him the audio clip. On it, the shovel sound was clear, and the names sounded like they were right next to the mic even though we were 20 feet away. Ruiz swallowed, not dramatically, just a small motion. He looked at Henry, who watched us with the pale attention of a lizard on a rock. "I'll take a look," Ruiz said. We didn't go with him. He came back in 5 minutes slowly, holding his hat in his hands, and said there was no one back there. He asked to listen again to the audio. Maya played it, and he said, "Huh," and thanked us like we'd given him a casserole. He told us to enjoy our visit, and if we thought of anything else, the number was on the card. On the way out, he handed me the card and tapped the phone number with his thumb. "Don't go after dark," he said, which we knew but didn't say we had been close to doing. We tried to shake it off that night. There's a diner in town that serves pancakes no matter what time it is. We got a booth near the window where the neon open sign flickered every 10 seconds. A teenage waiter with a tragic mustache kept forgetting our extra napkins. Every time someone pushed in or out, the bell on the door made a sound like a squeaky cartwheel. Maya kept replaying the clip and frowning. "It's so clean," she said, half to herself, like he was inside the windscreen. Luke Googled Gravedigger Boot Hill on his phone, got a bunch of forum posts and a couple of YouTube videos with dramatic thumbnails. "It's a thing," he said. "We fell for a thing." "Then why didn't anyone else see him?" I asked. He shrugged and buttered toast he hadn't ordered. "People don't see what they think they see." "He said your name," he added, looking at Maya. "But lots of people are named Maya." "I've never met one in person," she said, like she'd been waiting to say that. "Besides me? Not in my circles anyway. We slept badly. I know because all three of us were up at 2 a.m. when the ice machine coughed and we laughed about it in the hallway. In the morning I found a small stripe of pale dust on the heel of my boot that wasn't there before. The kind of dust you get from dragging something across hard ground. I told myself it was from walking in the cemetery. We ate motel waffles that tasted like hot memory foam. We agreed to do one more visit to Boot Hill for daytime B-roll and then get out of town. On the way to the car, Doris leaned up from her stool behind the counter. "Y'all hear about Route 80? She asked. "What about it?" Maya said. "There was a wreck by the turnoff last night. Couple of tourists in the mail truck. No one died, thank the Lord, but the tourist lady, Carrie, they said, was in bad shape. They took her to Tucson. She said it casually, like weather. You all be careful out there." Luke and I looked at each other because Carrie was the first name he had said. We didn't say that to Doris. We didn't say anything at all, and I realized my quarter had been in my fingers the whole time, flipping and clicking. I put it back in my pocket. We went back to Boot Hill in the bright, honest light of late morning. The sky was a hard blue and the air was already warming. Fewer visitors than the day before. The gift shop looked sleepy. We walked the path like normal tourists, filming graves at waist level, talking into the mic about normal history. At the back fence, a couple stood with a dog on a leash, and the dog had that scanning look dogs get when they smell something you can't see. It turned its head slowly, nose twitching, then whined once and sat down hard. "Don't," the man said to the dog automatically. The way you say someone's name in a tone that means settle. He glanced around like he'd lost his place in a thought. We didn't hear the scrape that day. We didn't see anyone. We took a photo of the sign. We got in the car and drove back out across the flat. Maya suggested we stop in Bisbee for coffee and an antique store with a box of old postcards. She shortens anxiety into doing things like that. Luke said he could use a break from the graveyard vibes. We decided we had enough content-wise. The show could be about the idea of Boot Hill. The audio we had could carry it. I agreed because that's my job, making things carry. Halfway to Bisbee, Maya got an alert on her phone that made her make a small sound. "It's an AP update," she said, skimming. "Thomas, wait. This says a Thomas R. Lee, 68, was reported missing out near the Dragoon Mountains yesterday. His family found his truck. They found him this morning. He was okay, just dehydrated. But he went missing yesterday, not today." She looked up at me and I looked at Luke, and we all thought the same thing but didn't say it the same way. "It's a common name," Luke said. "Of course it is," Maya said. "I'm not saying it's him. I'm saying..." She stopped because the dog from the cemetery would have whined then if the dog had been in our car. We made it to Bisbee. We did all the normal things. There are steps everywhere, and an old man with a paint-spattered baseball cap showed us the fastest way to the coffee shop and didn't accept a tip because, come on now. The coffee was too strong. The postcards at the antique store smelled like someone else's attic. I bought one with a picture of a white church under a big sky. The handwritten note on the back said, "We're coming home soon. Pat says hello." Back at the motel, we decided to do one last night and head to Tucson early in the morning. We didn't go back to Boot Hill because we aren't stupid. We sat by the motel pool, which was too cold and surrounded by a chain-link fence humming with a low buzz. A couple walked a small dog past us while arguing gently about whether to move to Sierra Vista. The sunset was quieter than the one before. The neon on the diner sign across the road buzzed and then steadied. It was full dark when my phone vibrated with a notification I didn't recognize. It was from our county back home. Reverse 911, I opened it. There was a short message about a gas leak near my parents' neighborhood. "No evacuations needed, just stay inside and keep windows shut. Emergency crews monitoring." It made my stomach twist because the word leak makes me feel like something fragile has failed somewhere, and because I'm wired to think of my parents when I see my hometown's name. I called my mom and she said she'd heard the trucks, but everything was fine. "We're watching old movies on VHS, she said. "Your father insists the sound is better." We hung up with that nice feeling of distance making home softer. We turned in early. Luke set an alarm for 6 a.m. and put his hat upside down on the dresser like a sleeping turtle. Maya plugged in the last battery brick and shook out her hair with that little shake that means she's letting go of the day. Around 3, I woke to a small sound. It was the soft scrape of metal on a border of dirt, like someone gently testing the ground next to a sidewalk. Not a shovel hitting rock, a shovel nudging. I know the difference now. I held very still and looked at the sliver of light coming in around the curtains. In it, tiny motes drifted up and down as if the air itself was unsettled. Luke breathed like a sleeping dog. Maya made that small whistling inhale she makes when she's on her back. I told myself I was between awake and asleep, and the sound was from the ice machine. It came again. Scrape, rest, scrape. The smart thing would have been to stay in bed and let the sound be whatever it was. I got up because people do small, stupid things at 3 a.m. I went to the window and moved the curtain with 2 fingers the way you do when you want privacy to continue being a thing. In the parking lot, under the dim cone of a light that always looks like a spill, was a man with a long coat and a hat pulled low, leaning on a shovel near the edge of the landscaping, where the gravel meets a narrow strip of dirt. It didn't make sense, and yet there it was. He didn't look up at me. He looked at the ground, then at the space between 2 parking spots, then at the door of our room as if measuring. He said a name then, soft enough I almost missed it. Doris. He said it kindly, like a thought you have when you see a face you recognize. He tapped the shovel on the dirt and said, "Patrick." I let the curtain fall and all my breath came out hard. The next room's TV clicked off. Somewhere a truck rumbled past on the highway. When I dared to look again, the space was empty and the parking lot looked like a card someone had shuffled wrong. I told myself to lie down and sleep. I did lie down. I did not sleep. We left at 6 like we planned. The lobby was empty except for a small folded piece of paper on the counter with a candy sitting on top like a paperweight. I stuck my head into the back door and called, "Doris?" No answer. I took my phone out, hesitated, and didn't call any number because what would I say? We left the keys and carried our bags to the car while the sky tried on being morning. On the highway to Tucson, Maya checked the news out of reflex. "There was a gas thing back in your town last night," she said. "I know," I said. "Mom said they were fine." She swiped. "It says there was a minor fire at a valve around 3. Firefighters contained it. No casualties." She looked at me. "It says the neighborhood called it in after smelling rotten eggs. It says the dispatch report shows the call came from a man named Patrick H." She stopped, reading the initial. "It could be any Patrick." "Could be," I said, "because once you open the door, your brain walks through it on its own." I told myself I was done with the story when we got home. I edited the audio like a normal job and lined up the levels and took out the pops. The shovel sounds were clean in a way I still don't like. When the clip of him saying Maya played, she reached out and turned my monitor down halfway without looking. Luke listened once and then refused to hear it again, which is his way of admitting something got under his skin. We kept the episode simple and didn't lean on the ghost thing because we try not to be exploitative. We talked about tourists and memory and the way the desert builds its own quiet. We put in the clip from the cemetery because you can't not. We wrote a scripted line about a man who appears at dusk and mutters names of the newly dead, sometimes before they've drawn their last breath. And we put it in Maya's voice so it would feel like a nod to the legend and not a claim. The night after we uploaded it, I fell asleep to the sound of my own refrigerator making its little bird noises. Around the time my neighborhood gets that strange lull, the moment between a late bus and an early trash truck, I woke up as if someone had said my name at the foot of my bed. There was no one there, of course. My window showed a faint rectangle of light from the street lamp. The air was that particular pre-dawn cool. I told myself everything was normal. I lay there a long time, then got up and stood in the kitchen in front of the sink, because it feels safer to stand sometimes. My phone buzzed on the counter with a text from an unknown number. It was a short message. "Boot Hill gift shop closed today. Sorry for inconvenience. HF, no explanation. No punctuation except the period's too heavy for their size." I hadn't given Henry my number, but maybe he got it from the card he gave me or from the motel. I can't say. Later that morning, when my brain was sufficiently alive, I called the motel to ask if Doris was there. The phone rang and rang. Finally, a young guy answered and said he'd only been on for an hour. He hadn't seen her yet. He thought she was off. "Do you want to leave a message?" he asked. I said no, I didn't bring any stones home. I didn't pick up any dirt. I got rid of the postcard with the church because I didn't like looking at the word Pat on the back. You can call that superstition, and I'll agree with you. The logical part of me has made many arguments. I can list reasons why we saw what we saw and heard what we heard. Heat does things to the air. Memory stitches and unstitches. A shovel scrapes like 1,000 other things. And yet the other night, when my neighbors dragged their trash cans to the curb and the wheels made that quiet clatter on the sidewalk, I heard underneath it, just for a moment, a soft scrape, a test of ground, a measuring. Maybe the metal of the can hit a seam in the concrete just right. Maybe my head is a tape loop and that sound is the one spot that's thinner now. I told myself that and brushed my teeth and set my glass down gently. I'm telling this for the same reason you tell any story you don't want to own alone. So if you go to Tombstone and wander Boot Hill at dusk and you hear a careful shovel testing the ground, you'll know enough to leave before your name gets said. If you hear a name that's familiar but not your own, don't make the mistake of thinking you're safe. And if you're at home in a town that's never been called haunted by anyone, and the sky goes that color between blue and gray, and the world holds its breath, and you catch yourself listening for the smallest scratch, don't open the curtain too wide. You don't have to let him know you heard him. You can keep doing the dishes, keep stirring the pot, keep watching the game. The sound will pass or it won't, and either way, you'll tell yourself a version you can live with. I keep telling myself mine. I keep saying maybe it's a story that the desert put in my head the way a burr hooks your socks. By accident, obvious only when you feel the sting later. I keep saying that, and I will keep saying it until it sticks. In the meantime, every evening when the light goes flat and the shadows go long, no matter what season it is, I turn up the radio and open a window so the night can hear I'm busy. The wind comes in like a folded note. Sometimes there is nothing in it. Sometimes there is the faintest metal drag that could be anything. On those nights I do what we all do. I try not to think of every person I've ever known, living and gone, turning into a list. I reach into my pocket for a quarter that isn't there anymore and feel for its shape. And once, and only once, 2 nights ago, the radio went to static for a breath, and in it, I heard my own name said softly, like a nurse calling across a quiet room. I laughed at myself and turned the dial, and the song came back, and I stood there with the dish towel in my hand and the sink barely steaming, and I said out loud, to no one at all, that I didn't believe in it. I said it again, slower, just to have that sentence in the air. Then I listened, because old habits don't die so much as they step out of view and wait. I waited to hear the next name on the list to see if it would make anything better or worse. It didn't come. Not that night. I went to bed. I slept fine. I really did. But at dusk the next day, as a cloud moved across the low sun and the yard went quiet like it does before a storm that isn't coming, I thought I heard the scrape again, close enough that a line of dust rose in the last light and settled like a thin sheet. It could have been nothing. It could have been a neighbor dragging a broom. I told myself that, and I'm telling you that. And if the sound is inside my head now, then that's where the ghost lives, and it's my problem to fix. Still, when the air gets that taste of metal and the sky sits on its hands, I find myself whispering names under my breath. Maya, Luke, Mom, Dad, even Henry with his 2 still eyes, and Doris with her cotton candy perm and the dog that sniffed the empty air. And I do it not to ward anything off, but like you count to 10 before you cross a street, just to feel the world put itself in order. It's a bad habit to pick up. I wouldn't recommend it. Better to keep the radio up and scrape your chair across the kitchen tile. Make your own hard sounds, keep your own list unfinished. I'm not saying you'll see him. I'm not saying he's real. I'm saying that once you've stood in that light and heard your friend's name said in a voice that is not unkind and not quite human, dusk is never just dusk again. You'll carry it like a smooth rock in your pocket whether you want to or not. You'll imagine desert dust in places it doesn't belong. And if you do hear the shovel, if you do hear your name, say it back in your head very softly, and go on with what you were doing. Maybe that's what he wants. Maybe that's the difference between a legend and a list, between a call and a job. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Either way, the light will fade the same. The world will move from gold to blue, and tomorrow someone will ask if you slept okay. You'll say you did, or you'll say you didn't. And when you say it, listen closely to your own voice and listen closer to the quiet that follows. I never thought I'd post this, but I can't keep rereading my own notes and replaying the dashcam clip like some private ghost story. Maybe writing it down will make the edges feel less sharp. If anyone from Brooklyn is reading this, you'll know the place I'm talking about. Greenwood Cemetery. Major Deegan drivers call it the City of the Quiet. The cab guys have a different name. They say there's a woman who waves from the gates on 5th Avenue just after midnight. Pale face, black dress, one-gloved hand. She gives an address inside the cemetery like it's any other cross street, and then, halfway up the hill, she's gone, leaving nothing but fogged glass where her breath should be. I always thought it was a story we told each other to keep some romance in this job. Then I picked her up. I drive nights for a private cab outfit in Sunset Park, not rideshare. one of those older companies still using a dispatch radio and a metal cash box screwed under the driver's seat. The office is a tiled room above a laundromat that never seems to stop spinning sheets. There's a microwave that smells like soup someone forgot, and a bulletin board with Polaroids of guys who retired or moved or just stopped showing up. My sister Mara calls the cab that coffin with wheels and tells me I'm going to throw out my back before I'm 40. She's not wrong. On most shifts, I live on bodega coffee and the orange light of the dashboard. My friend Andre runs nights too, usually 2 cars ahead of me on the rotation. He's been driving longer than me, and he's the one who taught me the little tricks. How to creep along 4th Avenue to catch the bar close crowd. Where to park outside the 36th Street D station to snag the last train home, folks. Which bodegas will let you use the bathroom if you buy a single banana. He has a laugh that rumbles out when he tells scary stories. And he loves the cemetery rumor because it makes rookies nervous. She likes the ones who keep the car clean. He told me the week before it happened. Keep a mint in that ashtray, shine the handle, don't play the music too loud. She's old-fashioned. She looks for a certain kind of respect. That night it had started to drizzle, not the kind of rain that sends people into cabs, just enough to turn the world shiny. The streetlights were halos. A bus hissed somewhere near 20th Street, and a man in a Yankees jacket stumbled past holding a pizza box that sagged in the middle. Dispatch had sent me to Bay Ridge and back twice, and it was almost 1 when I drifted up 5th Avenue. On the right, behind the iron fence, the cemetery churned in waves of cedar and granite. If you've never seen it at night, it's not as dramatic as the movies make cemeteries look. It's the little things. Tiny lights in the chapel windows, a flag lifting once and then laying down. The odd statue that seems to be peeking toward the sidewalk. The kind of place that makes you think about the people who built it more than the people dug under it. The right lane opened up, and I let the taxi roll to 20, 30, slowing again by the gate. It's a beautiful Gothic arch with 2 spires, the kind of thing tourists photograph during the day. I wasn't expecting a person there, not any more than I expect to see the Macy's parade practicing floats at 3 a.m. But she was standing in the glow of the streetlight like she'd been painted into it. I saw the hand first, small and high, a gloved lift that didn't wave so much as beckon. Old-fashioned is the only word. Some clothes carry eras in their seams, hers did. She had a coat with a faint shine, something that could have been silk under it, a black scarf tied low, and that pale face sharp at the jaw, cheeks hollowed by shadow and the angle of the light. People ask why I stopped, like there's some sane reason to keep going. The truth is that drivers stop for hands without thinking more than half the time. It's muscle memory. You see a hand and you pull over. Same way you press the brakes when a kid's ball bounces into the road. Some hands you say no to. A pack of kids daring each other or anyone aggressive or someone who looks unsteady enough to vomit as soon as the door closes. But her hand was careful. If hands had voices, hers would have said please. I clicked the hazard lights. The rain ticked louder on the windshield while she came around to the rear door. The door handle shone where I'd polished it with a rag earlier. I could see my own smeared reflection next to the faint shape of her gloved fingers. Door opened, door closed. The car settled like it always does. The meter beeped when I tapped it on. I didn't look back right away. People don't like when you crane around with your face in theirs. I just asked the question like I always do. Where are we heading? She said an address I didn't recognize. The way she said it, the numbers and letter felt like any other Brooklyn grid. Avenue this, lot that. But it snagged. I repeated it, testing it in my mouth. Lot 18 Hillside Path? My fingers hovered over the GPS that Andre insists I use even when I swear I know the way. The little triangle blinked. Straight through the main gate, she said. Her voice was soft, not whispery or dramatic, just quiet, as if we were in a library. Up toward the chapel, then around. Greenwood has internal roads like a small town. I've seen them on the map. Meadow Avenue, Central, Battle Avenue. I felt my stomach do a weird flip even as my mouth said, from a place where the job lives. We can't drive inside. They close the gates at night. I turned my head just enough to keep it polite. The rear seat was dark. In the mirror, black scarf, edge of cheek. Rain traced the glass like 1,000 pencils dragging. There's someone at the gate, she said. He'll open it. I thought of the night watchman I'd seen a few times. A small man in a heavy coat who nodded to me when I idled too close. I'd never spoken to him. I wondered if they sometimes let funeral vans in after hours. I don't know the rules for that kind of work. Things that deal with grief have their own rules. The radio crackled and the dispatcher's voice said, "Car 21, call for the pickup on 7th. Car 21? I lifted the mic to say I was occupied and let it thump back into the cradle. "Okay," I said, hating that I'd said it. "But if they won't let us, they'll let us," she said. I eased forward. The iron gates loomed. The drizzle made it look like the whole world was behind a shower door. When I pulled up to the arch, I rolled down my window. It smelled like wet stone and cedar mulch. The little guard booth light was on, but I didn't see anyone inside. I glanced to the right where the driveway curves. A figure stood barely beyond the glow, a shape darker than the dark around it. He lifted one hand. It wasn't a wave, more like a sign you'd give a friend to say, "You're fine." "I don't think this is allowed," I said, as much to myself as to her. But the gate was already parting, the old iron moving with a groan I felt in my elbows. The car crept over the seam in the road. The tires made that wet hiss. You know that feeling when you pull into a parking lot late at night and suddenly the sounds are all different? Like the city sound is muffled under something bigger, and your car is the only thing breaking it? It was like that. The road climbed gently. I passed the chapel. Its stained glass turned to thin blue rectangles by the rain and took the curve she told me to take. Her directions came in short, sure sentences. Left at the Angel. Keep right at the pond. Up more. I never looked back directly. I kept her framed in the mirror because the mirror felt like a rule. The rain turned to mist, a fine spray lifted by wind. The obelisk we passed was tall and thin as a pencil. Names cut into stone are quieter at night. We have a little receipt printer hooked into the meter that spits out strips when a ride starts and ends. It chattered for no reason, a half-second burst of paper, then quiet again. My wipers ticked twice and then paused as if thinking. The GPS on my phone showed a blank field where the roads ought to have been, like it had given up telling me anything useful. I turned it face down on the seat. We reached a turn where the road split around a mound of grass and a big black dog statue watched us from a pedestal. I've since looked up its name, but at the time it was just a dark animal shape holding court. I went right. The taxi headlights made silver bells of the raindrops. On the left, a mausoleum door flashed by, its metal grate woven like a fishnet. My heart was going too fast. I told myself this would be one of those stories you tell at the depot later. Remember that time I drove into a cemetery? And everyone would laugh and I'd play it without the terror that was starting to make my hands slick on the wheel. "Here," she said. "Stop here." The road widened enough for me to pull to the side. There was no curb, just a low lip of stone and a strip of grass pressed flat by tires. I stopped with the engine ticking and the wipers dragging once and then halting mid-swipe like a hand deciding to cover its eyes or not. I put the car in park and said 15, out of reflex. Andre once told me to name a number fast before the passenger can. "We can't run the meter if there's no address," he said. "Make it sound like whatever number you pick is normal." Her hand touched the back of my headrest, just the lightest pressure you feel more than you see. A scent lifted. Not strong, not perfume like a teenager would drown a room with. Something older, powder and flowers, lilac maybe, or whatever you find in the back of a drawer in your grandmother's house. 15, she said, calm, like she'd been expecting that number. I tapped the keys, the little red digits freezing in place. I dug for my change belt and felt stupid for thinking about whether I had enough singles. I turned to ask if she wanted a receipt. Her seat was empty. Now people vanish from back seats. They duck out. They slide across when your eyes are on the cash. They pop the opposite door and run if they're trying to get out of paying. It happens. But the door hadn't opened. The dome light hadn't stabbed my eyes. The water beating on the rear window hadn't broken with the sudden inrush of air that a closing door makes. The seat had a faint deepening like a memory of weight. The scent lingered. The window glass had an oval of fog on it. I stared at that oval until my eyes hurt. Then I did something I shouldn't have done. I got out. The air was colder than it had any right to be. The mist made a thin veil that swallowed anything more than 30 feet away. I crossed to the back passenger door and opened it. The interior light came on. The fabric of the seat was dry. A single dark hair lay on the vinyl, not from me. I picked it up. It was fine, almost weightless, and snapped with a tiny crack when I pulled by accident. I dropped it, suddenly certain I shouldn't be adding or subtracting anything to or from the moment. I looked up. We were parked near a small family plot. 4 low stones, a larger one behind them. The names weren't familiar. The dates were old but not ancient. 1913 to 1979. 1920 to 2002. Fresh little flags in those wire holders you see around Memorial Day fluttered, even though the air felt still. The dog statue we'd passed loomed out of the mist like it had changed its mind and followed us. Someone had left a bouquet in a jar by the closest stone, its water tinting the grass tea-brown. The jar was the kind you get pickles in, label soaked off but the glue still catching dirt. "Hello?" I said, the stupidest word to bring to a place like this. I heard footsteps, but not behind me. Up the hill, hard to tell with the mist. Lighter than a man's, not a kid. I thought of that watchman who signaled me in, the small, heavy-coated figure, and for a second I imagined he'd trailed us, worried about what I was doing, ready to tell me to leave. "I'm just dropping off," I called, hating how loud my voice sounded, hating that it echoed off something I couldn't see. "I'm leaving," no answer. The mist pressed close. Behind me, the meter chittered and spit paper. I looked back at the car. The little printer had ejected a strip on its own. A breeze that didn't touch my face lifted it off the dash and laid it on the passenger seat like a hand had set it there. I climbed in with a speed I would judge in other people and shut the door too hard. The car felt suddenly small and dear. I put it in drive. When I reached the gate, it was open. The booth light was still on, and now I did see someone inside. A woman in a bright orange scarf, older, hair in a tight coil. She leaned out the window and tapped it with something, a pencil maybe, motioning for me to stop. I rolled my window down again and tasted wet stone and the faint grease of my own fear. "You can't be in here," she said. Her voice was the kind of firm you get from repeating the same sentence 100 times to people who should know better. "Gate closes at 7. "Who let you in?" "There was a guy." My mouth felt like it belonged to someone else. He waved me through. "I'm sorry. I was told to drop someone. No funerals at night," she said. "Are you with a film crew?" They always think the rules don't apply. "I'm a cab," I said uselessly, as if the car didn't explain itself. She peered at me then, not suspicious exactly, assessing. People in jobs like hers are good at that. "You look like you just saw a ghost," she said, and smiled with her mouth but not her eyes. I don't know why the truth came out or part of it. Maybe because I needed to test it against someone who would tell me I was being dramatic. "A woman got in at the gate," I said. "Asked to go to lot 18? Hillside Path?" I didn't know the way. She told me. I tried to sound like a person and not like a bad radio signal. The woman's face changed in a way I can't easily describe. Not fear, not pity. More like the expression you make when a song you haven't heard since high school comes on, and every word snaps back into your mouth at once. "There's no lot 18 on Hillside," she said after a moment. "Lots have numbers, paths have names. But not that one." "Maybe you mean Section 18. "There is a Section 18. She reached for a paper map and glanced at it like she didn't trust her memory, even though you could tell she probably did. "Section 18 is by the Dell Water. You can't drive there anyway." "I didn't think so," I said. "Who waved you in?" She looked out past me at the road. "I'm the only one here tonight." I went to the bathroom at 12:40. I came back at 12:47. She tapped a clipboard. I write it down. I didn't have a good answer. I said I was sorry again, and she let me go with a shrug that said it was late and she would rather not get wet while lecturing a fool. When I pulled out into the world of bodegas and buses, the city sound swelled back like someone unmuted it. I drove 2 blocks and then pulled over and vomited into a bag I keep by the seat for the other kind of passenger. You know it's bad when the driver needs his own bag. At the depot, Andre was laughing with 2 guys by the coffee machine. He stopped when he saw my face. "You look like you kissed a battery," he said. "You good?" I told him enough for his expression to shut down. He didn't make a joke. He asked to see my dashcam. I carry a cheap one that loops every 8 hours. We stood at the metal desk while the manager counted out cash for another driver, and the microwave dinged and someone's phone played a tinny song. I scrolled the clip back to when I'd pulled up at the gate. There she was. You can see her as the headlights hit the streetlight. The black shape, the gloved hand bright for a second like a small moon. The door opens, the sill light's glow is there, and then the camera glitch hops. Not a dramatic thing. Just a single frame where something in the digital brain burps. When the image returns, the seat has a shadow like a person and the door is shut. We watched it 3 times. On the clip of the exit, the inside light comes on when I open the passenger door to look at the printer. And the rear seat has that dent, subtle and real. There's a smudge on the glass like someone pressed lips to it. "Don't play that anymore," Andre said, not joking. He's a man who jokes about everything. He put his big warm hand on my shoulder. You should go home, sleep. I didn't sleep. I sat on my couch and the smell of the car felt like it had soaked into my coat. That old powder and flour scent with something wet at the edges. Around 5, when the sky outside the window began to change like an old photograph, my sister texted me to ask if we were still on for breakfast. We meet on Thursdays at a diner over by 9th and Prospect where the eggs taste like the grill, and the waitress calls you honey even if you've never seen her before. I went because you don't blow off. Mara, she is the person who walks into your apartment when you forget your keys and waters your plants without saying anything. I told her a version that felt like a dream I'd had, leaving out the part where I got out of the cab, leaving out the part where the security woman had that look. Mara listened, skeptical at first, then less so when I showed her the clip. She put her finger against the screen where the smudge was and said quietly, "Did you breathe on the glass?" I shook my head. She looked like she wanted to give me the kind of comforting lie siblings give each other. Instead, she squeezed my hand. We had a whole other 10 minutes of regular life where she told me about her co-worker, who brings fish to the office microwave like a criminal, and I promised to come fix the flickering light over her sink. When we left the diner, a guy with a dog said, "Careful, it's slick," to someone who didn't need telling. And the morning was suddenly full of safety lines people tossed to strangers. It felt like a balm. I went back to work that night telling myself it had been fatigue and rain and a mind primed by stories. I couldn't shake the smell, though. It clung to the car. I wiped the seats with cleaner and it made it worse, the modern chemical trying to wrestle the older scent and losing. Around midnight, as if the city knows how to set a mood without your help, the fog came in again. I kept away from 5th Avenue. I told myself it was because the Park Slope bar close crowd was better pickings. At 2, a call came on the radio. Unit 12, pick up at Greenwood Gate, 2 passengers cash. Unit 12 didn't answer. Dispatch repeated it. No one answered. Andre clicked in with a dispatch, "This is 29, I'll pass." Another guy said, "Yeah, no, not interested," with a laugh edged with metal. I realized none of us wanted it. The board went quiet. After a long moment, the dispatcher made a sound like he'd gotten coffee up his nose and said, "Okay then," to no one. I pulled my car into a deli lot and stared at my own hands. The receipt from the night before lay half-tucked under the meter. I pulled it out. It didn't have my usual data on it. The zone code, the car number, the timestamp, but a string of numbers that didn't fit the format. 0832-1907-08. Below it, printed in a faint ink the machine never uses, a name. Not a full one. Just a letter and a period and 4 letters, M. Hale. I held it too long and the sweat from my fingers blurred it until it looked like writing you try to see in a dream. I put it in my glove compartment like I was putting a spider in a jar for later. The next day was my day off. I tried to do regular day off things. Laundry that turned my quarters into small damp roomers. Groceries that slid in my arms when the bag tore at the corner. My landlord knocked on my door to remind me about a light in the hall. He called me boss while asking for cash. At 1, a text from Andre pinged, "Come to Greenwood with me daytime." I stared at it. Daytime changes places. It puts their secrets in brighter corners where you can tell yourself your night memory was ridiculous. I said, "Okay." We walked in through the same gate. The woman from the night before wasn't in the booth. A different person sat there, a young guy with a beard who chewed a toothpick and told us the map was $5. We bought one. Sun made the stones look like they were getting their pictures taken. A line of tourists waited to climb the tower. A group of kids ate popsicles on the grass, leaving sticks in a child-shaped constellation around a blanket. It should have made me feel better. In a way, it made it worse. At night, you expect to doubt your eyes. In the day, you expect consistency. When you don't get it, you trust the weird more. We found Section 18. It was by the Dell water, like the woman had said. The paths had names like someone had made a poem out of trees and sloping ground. There was no hillside path there. But there was a hillside avenue 2 sections over. We walked it. The dog statue we'd passed at night stood exactly where my memory had put it, which somehow shocked me. I'd half hoped my brain had moved it to make a better story. We came to a family plot that made my stomach knock. It wasn't the one from the night before, not exactly, but it looked like a cousin of it. The same low stones, a larger one behind. The same jar with brown water. A new bouquet now. Pink lilies, the scent bright and clean, the way flowers smell is honest and unafraid in daylight. "Maybe you pulled over here," Andre said. He was trying to give me a better version of the story to live with. Night makes twins of things, maybe. I bent to read the names. The larger stone in the back said Hale. The dates carved under it blurred when I blinked and refocused, as if my mind didn't want to do simple math and make people line up in time. The smaller stone said Helen, Martin, and one with just years and a hyphen for a line that didn't last as long as anyone hoped. A simple marker to the side said Maud, beloved sister, something, something. My name is not Martin. It's not Maud. But Hale was on the receipt, and there it was here, clean and solid. I put my hand out without thinking, and the stone felt cold even though the sun was well up. Dude, Andre said softly, which is what he says when the world is doing something he doesn't know how to laugh at. You should talk to someone here. That lady in the booth last night, so we did. We found her in the small office off to the side of the gate. Her name tag said Rangel. Up close, the orange scarf was woven with little birds in flight. She looked at me like she knew who I was and wasn't sure she was going to let me be myself. I told her enough that she didn't ask what I was doing on her night watch uninvited. When I showed her the receipt, she squinted the way you squint when something almost falls into place. If you told me there was a moment when the room got colder, I would roll my eyes at you. But it did, for the sunlight moved behind a cloud in a way that felt communally agreed upon. My grandmother's name was Maud Hale, she said. She said it like she was trying out a forgotten song in her mouth. I didn't put that together last night. We have many Hales here, but Maud, my mom used to bring me to leave lilies. The path you said, Hillside. Maud's stone is on Hillside Avenue. I breathed in too fast and coughed. I was there, I said. It sounded like a confession, Rangel nodded. The story your friends tell, she said. The woman at the gate. Cab drivers talk. We hear things. She made a face that wasn't dismissive exactly. Practical. I don't know what you saw. I do know people sometimes come here looking for rides they didn't get the first time around. Like, from where? Andre said. The question left his mouth like it had lost weight on the way out. She spread her hands. From before. From after. From across the fence. People bring what they are with them to the end. If they spent their life in cars, they still try to ride places. If they worried about being a burden, they'll still say please. She touched the receipt with a finger. We find things like this sometimes. Slips of paper, coins, little echoes. We don't talk about it much because then we'd never talk about anything else and nothing would get filed. She smiled a little. I keep the ones that look like they belong to me. I asked her if she'd take it and she said yes and put it in a small box with a rubber band and a photograph tucked under it. The photograph showed two women on a bench in front of the chapel. The older one had the bones of the face I'd seen in my mirror. The younger could have been Rangel with different hair and a sweater, instead of the bright scarf. I thought then, and I think now, of all the small boxes we make to put odd things in so they don't rattle around in our days. You'd think this is where the story would calm down. It didn't. Strange things never punctuate themselves neatly. 2 nights later, I had a call to pick up at a small bar where everyone seems to be quietly auditioning for a sad play about bartenders. The man who got in was in a suit too new for him, like it still belonged to the store. He gave me an address near the hospital, and then fell asleep in that way some people can fall asleep anywhere. The radio burbled small wars about who was getting the airport runs. My phone buzzed. It was a voicemail, no number, that marker that says private caller with the petty drama of caps. I listened because I do that when the city is a little too quiet. The voice was my sister's. She sounded like she was leaving a message from another room. Hey, it's me. You left your wrench here after you fixed the light. The carnations you brought are... Static chewed the edges and the middle fell out. I hadn't brought her flowers. I hadn't fixed her light yet. I said her name out loud and the sleeping man in the back muttered something into his collar. When my shift ended, I drove straight to her place. The hallway light flickered like it owed someone money. When she opened the door, she was beautiful in the way people you love are when they're annoyed with you. You were supposed to come tomorrow, she said. You better make coffee if you're going to be bossing my schedule. I didn't bring you flowers, I said, because my brain had decided that was the thing to fix. No, she said slowly. You didn't. Did you call me? I held up the phone like an alibi. She checked her voicemail and we listened together to my sister's voice say my sister's words about my future actions. She made a face that was fear dressed in practical clothes. That's unsettling, she said, in a tone I want on all the bridges I ever cross. Bring me flowers tomorrow. Make the voicemail true. So I did. Carnations. because she likes how long they last. I fixed the light. The bulb base was corroded and rattled when I tapped it, the kind of simple solution that makes you feel like a genius. Through it all, that scent, lilac and powder, old drawer ghost, came back in my head every time my attention wandered. That night, the dispatcher's voice said, "Pick up at Greenwood Gate." Again and again, the board went silent like a church after the hymn. I drove somewhere else before I made a decision I would explain later with bad honesty. I told myself I was going to say something if I saw her. Boundaries, even with things you can't peg to a map, feel like a survival instinct. If she asked to go in, I would say no. If she got in, I would ask her name. If there was paper, I would not keep it like a prize. I would be kind because that's the only rule I've ever known that holds across lines. She wasn't at the gate. A line of teenagers took photos there, their laughter climbing the ironwork like ivy. I kept going. I told myself I was ridiculous for deciding where to be based on the absence of something. The city gave me a woman with too many grocery bags and a man with a bouquet shielding it from the rain with his coat. I took an old couple to a late movie. They fell asleep holding hands like a joke that never stopped being sweet. The meter's tick was a soft animal at my elbow, breathing. At 3:20, with the shift almost over, I got a ping on the radio that wasn't a voice. Just a pop like someone tapping a microphone to wake it. Then my name, not my car number. My name, spoken like a person says it when they find you in a crowd. I lifted the mic and said, "Dispatch?" Because sometimes the equipment does that. Spits out tiny ghosts of other conversations and you have to reset it. No answer. Then, through the speakers so low I almost missed it, a line of my own voice from a previous call. "Where are we heading?" Followed by the soft reply I'd convinced myself was a dream. Straight through the main gate. I pulled over and sat with both hands on the wheel. The rain had stopped. The windows fogged a little in that circle where a face would be if a face were there. I wiped it with the back of my wrist. The smear it left looked like the curve of a cheek, but everything looks like faces when you want them to. I went home as dawn made the old brick buildings look honest again. I fell asleep in my clothes and dreamed about water iridescent with gas. That swirl you see under a car that leaks something it needs. In the dream, a woman's gloved hand rested on the tank. When I woke up, my phone had one new voicemail. The timestamp said it had been left while I was asleep. I pressed play. There was a hiss and then my own voice, clipped and practical the way it sounds when I'm doing the job. 15? Then the soft reply. 15. As if the world was a fixed fare and nothing we said could change it. I played it for Andre later and he swore and made a sign he said his grandmother had taught him to ward off nonsense. He told me I should take a week off, drive days, change cars, buy a little hanging tree air freshener and pick a new scent like pineapple or laundry to overwrite everything. I did some of those things. The scent didn't leave. The radio pings kept coming once a week, like a scheduled appointment you forgot you booked. I went back to the cemetery during the day one more time. Wrangel was there. She looked at me and said, "You brought something else, didn't you?" I shook my head, but I gave her a story in exchange for the first one. "When I was little, my grandmother used to take a cab sometimes to avoid the bus," she said. She didn't like the way the bus stopped with that big sigh. She made an impression of a bus exhaling, and it was good enough to make me laugh. She'd give the driver candy from her bag, always 2 wrapped mints. She said it was polite to offer the driver something sweet for taking you somewhere you couldn't walk. I still put mints in my pocket on certain days. She reached in and showed me 2 wrapped mints, green and white, light as coins. "Maybe you should keep one in your car." I took one. I tucked it in the ashtray where cigarettes had never lived. That night, around midnight, the gate came into view as I crested the gentle slope of 5th Avenue. Yes, I was there again because apparently I am a creature who circles his own worst ideas. And a woman raised her hand under the streetlight. The black of her coat didn't eat the light. It wore it. I pulled over. My fingers touched the mint. The wrapper crinkled like thin ice. I made my mouth say words before she could because control sometimes is just the illusion you make for yourself. "I can't drive inside," I said. "But I can take you to the gate and wait. I can walk you to the entrance. I can call someone." She leaned down and looked at me through the open passenger window. The face was as pale and fine as before, the same slight hollow at the cheeks. Up close I could see the threading at the edge of her scarf, a tiny fray like a worry picked out with a thumbnail years ago. Her eyes weren't dramatic. They were just eyes, tired maybe, Not sad in a way that demands a crowd, just sad in the way that hangs around kitchens late at night. 15, she said, and there was a tilt to the word that made it both a question and a joke. I put the mint in my palm and held it out over the console, silly as that feels to admit. She looked at my hand, looked at me, and then, this is the part I can't prove and won't try, something cool touched my skin. The mint wrapper dipped as if weight had found it. When I looked at my hand later, I'd swear there was the faintest smudge of powder at the fold where my thumb meets my palm. I blinked and the passenger seat was empty. The door had not opened. The dome light had not come on. The radio was quiet except for its own small breath. I sat there for a long time. The city moved around me. Horns layered like gulls, a scooter whining high, a man pushing a cart with a squeaky wheel that argued with every crack in the sidewalk. I waited for the fear to come back like a wave and drown me. It didn't. What came instead was a kind of certainty I don't have better words for. People will tell you they're not haunted if the thing in question is kind. I don't think that's true. I think haunting is what happens when the edges of our intentions get torn. And sometimes what walks through that tear isn't there to hurt you, just to finish a sentence that got cut off. On my next shift, I drove past the gate without stopping. 2 blocks later, a light drizzle made the road into one long mirror. I saw in the corner of my eye a pale face in the rear view, the exact shape of worry you get when you think you've left the stove on. I didn't turn around. "We can't go in tonight," I said, feeling foolish for speaking to air. "But I can drive around the fence. I can drive slow." I could hear Andre in my head calling me sentimental and my sister telling me I'll be fine if I just sleep. I turned the car down the block that runs parallel to the northern edge of the cemetery. The iron bars made moving stripes of dark. I drove slow, wipers clicking. Somewhere inside, a small light moved like someone carrying a lantern, one of those amber security lights you can put on a golf cart. The map on my phone glitched and then righted itself, the blue triangle finding its lane 3 times around. That's what I did. 3 slow laps around the perimeter while the city carried on, while the bodega cat on 7th smacked a moth out of the air and then decided it wasn't worth eating, while a cop car idled near the precinct and 2 officers laughed at something on a phone, while a couple under a too small umbrella argued about whether to take the N or the R. Each time I passed the gate, I lifted my hand off the wheel a little without meaning to. Old gestures grow new meanings. At home, my sister texted a photo of her kitchen light, steady and bright, and a little vase of carnations on the counter. "Still good," she wrote. I touched the screen like a person, and then went to my little kitchen and stood there in the quiet too. My hand smelled like steering wheel and that old drawer scent. I opened my palm and the mint wrapper was creased where something had pressed it. I didn't eat it. I put it in the drawer with the takeout menus and the birthday candles and the batteries you can never tell if they're new or not. I tell myself that's the end of the story when I need to sleep. But there isn't an end, just continuations. Last week, around 1:30, a rookie in a shiny car rolled up to the depot wide-eyed and stumbling words. "Woman gate," he said, the sentence broken like a cheap key. Andre put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Breathe, man." The kid showed us his dash cam clip. The mirror catch of a face. The door light blink. The empty seat. He said, "She told me a number that doesn't make sense," and held up a receipt with a string on it. It's 3/15/42/18. Rangel would know what it meant, maybe. Or maybe numbers are what you put where names are when you're not ready to say them out loud. I didn't say anything to the kid. I didn't want to be the guy who turns his weird into someone else's mythology. I went outside and leaned against my car and breathed the cold in until it made my teeth click. Across the street, the laundromat spit sheets into the world in long, soft ropes, and a woman with a baby on her hip swayed on the curb while she waited for her ride. Somewhere behind me, the dispatcher's radio made that soft pop and shivered through a half-buried frequency that held my name like a small thing cupped in a hand. I got in the car. I drove. When I reached the long iron fence on 5th, rain just starting, I passed the gate without slowing. My hand lifted off the wheel a little. A hello that felt less like calling and more like answering. The windows fogged, then cleared. The meter clicked on without my touch and then clicked off, the digits resetting to zeros like a breath held and let go. There's a smell in the car now that shampoo won't pull and time doesn't quite fade. Some nights I hear the radio test the edges of my name and then leave it alone. Some nights I don't. Sometimes there's a smudge on the glass when I park at dawn, the size and shape of a person looking out through their own reflection. I haven't seen her face clearly again. Maybe that's on purpose. Maybe this is the agreement we've come to. The way you nod to a neighbor you don't really know but whose comings and goings you can set your watch by. I don't care if anyone believes me. I know what the dashcam shows. I know what the mint wrapper feels like creased in my palm. I know the way the gate opens sometimes with no one in the booth and the way the city's noise softens inside the arch so you can hear your own heart like a small animal you're carrying. If you drive nights in Brooklyn and a woman raises her hand under a streetlight by Greenwood, be polite. Keep the car clean. Have a mint ready. You don't have to take her inside. You can circle. You can wait. You can listen for the number she offers like a fare and decide if you're the one to collect it. And if you see a smudge on your passenger window tomorrow morning, don't wipe it right away. Let it live there with the day a little. Watch the sun catch it and make it look like lips. Try to tell yourself it's condensation and road film. Try to say out loud that you don't hear your name when the radio pops. That the scent in your coat is yours and no one else's. Then look up when you pass Fifth Avenue, just to see, without meaning to stop, whether someone is waiting in the rain with a gloved hand, smiling in that small, patient way, and whether your hand lifts too, like a coin remembering the slot it fits into. I never thought I'd share this, but I can't keep waking up at 3:13 a.m. and pretending nothing happened. If you live in Memphis, you probably know Elmwood Cemetery. It's old and beautiful in the daytime. Iron fences and angel statues and these huge trees with leaves the size of your hand. People take wedding photos there. I always thought that was weird, but I used to go for the history. My sister Maya and I started a little side project during the pandemic, walking old neighborhoods and recording stories for a podcast that never really took off. We interviewed bartenders, retired teachers, a guy who swore Elvis borrowed his wrench once. The plan was to do a Resting Places series about historic graves. That's how we ended up at Elmwood one sticky August evening, right before closing, chasing a local legend people call the Children of Elmwood. The rumor goes that if you park near the baby headstones, tiny marble markers with lambs and carved toys, you'll hear laughter after dark. Little kids laughing even if you're alone. Parents swear they hear it while they're leaving flowers. I'd read that on a neighborhood Facebook group that's mostly lost dog posts and porch pirates. A man claimed he came out to his SUV and the windows were covered in small handprints, like dozens of them, fogged impressions that looked greasy when he tried to wipe them off. The comments were a mess of skeptics and sympathizers. Most people just said, "Don't disrespect the resting." I didn't plan to. We had a recorder, a camera, and a bag of yellow roses from Kroger because Maya said it was rude to show up empty-handed. We got there at 6:20. The office in the old cottage was already closed. A laminated map in a metal box clanked when I opened it. The cicadas were ridiculous, loud as a lawnmower. The air smelled like warm pennies and cut grass. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, but it felt like rain. My car, a 14 Sentra with a sagging headliner, clicked as it cooled. Maya wore a Grizzlies hat and one headphone around her neck, the other ear tuned to the world. She's got this neat trick of making strangers talk to her. It's not even a trick. She's just a good listener. The evening groundskeeper, a guy with a beer belly and a sun-peeled nose named Randall, rolled by on a golf cart and told us the gates would lock at 7:30. "Y'all can stay till then, but be respectful," he said, tapping the brim of a faded redbird's cap. "Don't go climbing on angels. And those little stones, don't move nothing. Mama's come out here still." His voice softened a little. "I moved my own boy once. It ain't easy. We promised to be careful." He pointed on the map to a patch of small plots near an oak that split into two thick arms. "That's where folks say they hear it," he said. "If you do hear anything, you keep your head." He looked at Maya then like he was trying to decide if we were idiots. "You keep your head." We took the curved road slow, the tires gritting over pea gravel. Elmwood is laid out like a park, not a grid, and it's easy to get turned around. The sun was low, the kind that edges everything with gold. It made the marble look lit from the inside. The kids section wasn't marked, obviously, but you knew when you were there. The stones are knee-high, lambs carved with chipped ears. Dates that run 1902 to 1904, 1879 with just the one date, 1931 to 1932. The names are old-timey and sweet: Addie, Lota, Clarence, Ella May. People leave toys, plastic windmills, wooden, blocks with letters you can flick with your finger, a small stuffed rabbit whose fur had gone gray and wiry. Some graves had pennies pressed into the grooves of names. Maya put the roses down careful. She whispered hello like she was entering a classroom. I hit record on the Zoom and set it on a flat stone. I kept the car in sight, because I'm the kind of person who checks doors twice and looks for exits in movie theaters. I told myself it's not superstition, it's project management. We were quiet for a while, just taking B-roll of the stones and the way the light fell. The cicadas had a rhythm you could almost predict. Branches creaked. Somewhere, farther off, a train blew a long, lonely note like it had a sore throat. I asked Maya if she wanted to do the intro soundbite, and she rolled her eyes and did it anyway. We're at Elmwood Cemetery in Memphis, Tennessee, and we're standing among tiny markers about the size of shoeboxes. People say, she paused. She turned her head slow. Do you hear that? I did, but it wasn't what we'd come for. It was just wheels. A stroller squeaking. It came from behind us, from the curve of the path. I felt my face go hot for no reason. We turned, both of us at the same time. There was a woman, maybe early 30s, walking at that suburban brisk pace. She wore a black tank top and loose patterned pants. Her hair was up. She had sunglasses perched on her head, though the sun was nearly gone. In the stroller was a toddler with a wet ring around his neck from drool. The kid had a fist around a blue sippy cup and was kicking one foot to make the stroller rattle. The woman nodded at us like anyone would, with that little polite nod you give in parks. She veered away down another path toward a newer section, past the obelisk of some wealthy family. Nothing strange. Maya exhaled, the way you do when you realize you were tensing without knowing. You wanted kids laughing, she whispered. You didn't specify living. We went back to it. Randall's cart rattled by once more at a distance, then disappeared behind monuments. A couple of minutes later we heard, this is the part I keep replaying, someone humming. Not words, just that low, tuneless hum you do while tidying. It was faint. I told myself it was the stroller mom. Maya raised the mic and panned the space. The humming stopped when the cicadas surged, then started when they paused. Maybe it was just the sound of the highway refracting, I thought. The way sound lies in heat. It got darker in layers, like someone was dimming the knobs. Shadows went from gray to black. The line of trees along the fence became a wall. I checked my phone. 7:07. We had 20 minutes. Let's wrap, I said. Maya gave it 5 more minutes, always 5 more minutes. She was crouched, framing a shot of tiny shoes someone had left, worn white baby shoes with those old-fashioned buttons. She was so focused she didn't notice me step back and almost trip over a toy truck. It was a small metal truck, the kind with edges that nick your skin. It hadn't been by my foot before. I know because I'd been standing right there. I looked around for the stroller woman without wanting to seem like I was looking. I didn't see her. Someone's gonna mow over that, I said, and picked it up to set it on a stone. The metal had that warm, dusty feel. A thin tag was tied to the back with blue yarn. I thought it would say a kid's name, like some of the things people leave have notes. Instead it said, "Leave me here." The handwriting was neat, adult. I put the truck back exactly as it had been, tires aligned with the crushed clover. The first laugh we heard wasn't a laugh. It was a giggle caught mid-breath, like someone testing if it was okay to laugh. A sharp intake, a bat of sound. Maya froze with her hand in midair. I think I nodded without meaning to, a very slow nod to say yes. You heard it too. It came from the left, near a row of stones shaded by the oak. Then it came from the right, a different pitch, a high sound. Then another layered low, like 2 kids trying to copy each other. The recorder's little bars lit green. There wasn't any music in it. It wasn't mocking, not like you might tell this story and make them sound sinister. It was just little. It sounded like kids who had gotten away with something. Maya's voice when she spoke was gentle. Is someone there? And immediately I felt stupid because of course someone could be there. There are lots of kids in Memphis. There are kids who come to visit their siblings. There are teenagers who sneak in. The cemetery butts up against the neighborhood, sound carries. Leaves do weird things to acoustics. I told myself all that, a stack of rational explanations arranged like sandbags. We didn't move deeper. That feels important. We stayed where we were near the car with the path and the map box in sight. The giggles stopped. The cicadas carried on like nothing had happened. A breeze rolled in and cooled the sweat on the back of my neck. And for a moment I could smell the river. That dark salt smell that comes even though the river's a good walk away. Okay, Maya said quietly. Okay. She checked her watch. We should go. We packed up in this fussy, too careful way, narrating every motion like we'd spook something if we moved fast. Recorder off, I said. Camera bag. Keys. We were halfway to the car when I realized I had left the roses. This is the part that will make some people hit back and say that's what you get. I'd put them in a cluster and I didn't want to leave them there if the florist preservatives would drip and stain. I turned to go back and nearly put my shoe on a line of coins I promised wasn't there before. Pennies, 9 of them, heads up, laid end to end in a curve across the path like someone had measured where I'd step. They were new bright, that wet copper color that squeaks if you rub it. They spelled nothing, not really, but the curve led toward that row of stones under the oak. Maya saw them at the same time I did, and made a soft noise that was not a sound she usually makes. She started, then stopped. She pulled her phone out and took a picture. The flash popped. I flinched and laughed and said, "Don't use flash," and my voice sounded too loud and not like mine. I wanted the roses back. Not for any reason except my brain had decided that leaving them without that little ritual of goodbye would offend someone. I stepped over the coins and reached for the stems, and I can only explain the next thing by saying, I felt watched the way you can feel a cat watch you from a window. Not scared, just evaluated. I placed the roses a little neater, stems aligned, petals up, and whispered thank you like a dope. When I turned, the coins were gone. Not scattered, not moved, gone. The gravel had little dents where they'd pressed, and it looked like nothing at the same time. Maya's face went flat. We didn't hop in the car screaming. We didn't sprint. We did that awkward quick walk like you do when you don't want to show your back at a party. The sun had slipped entirely behind the trees. It was that blue part of night where the light looks like it comes from the ground. Randall's cart engine buzzed somewhere to the west. A siren wailed far off on Crump. A train rolled nearer now, the horn twice, 3 times, 4. We got in the center and shut the doors, and that's when I saw them. It wasn't dozens. I've thought about that a lot, about exaggeration. It was 6. 6 handprints on the inside of my windshield. Not greasy like the Facebook guy said. They were prints in fog like someone had breathed against the glass and pressed tiny hands into it. The little crescent moons at the base of each finger. They were low on the glass, lower than a standing adult could reach from outside even if the windshield were thin as air. I said no, without meaning to. Maya made a sound like the start of my name, but never finished it. I did not turn the car on right then. I wiped the prints with my sleeve. You know how sometimes you wipe condensation and your sleeve leaves a streak? But the condensation comes back around it. The prints didn't smear. They just disappeared into the fog, then, a second later, bloomed back like cold breath on a mirror. One was offset now a little higher, like one of them stood on tiptoe. "Kids," Maya said, whispering, "you can ride with us. You can ride with us to the gate." She was talking like I talk to my nieces when they're full of sugar. Calm. You can't tell me whether that was smart or dumb. I didn't tell her to stop. I turned the key and the engine coughed and turned over and the flimsy AC kicked on, and the center vents puffed condensation that smelled faintly like old crayons. The prints paled but didn't leave. I clicked the wipers. The rubber squealed and hopped and left black arcs. And for a second I could see the road clean. And then the prints came back, not in the same place, as if the hands had slid down a little. As if someone were exploring with a palm the way you would touch a window if you were short and curious. Maya's voice got this tone. "We're going now, okay?" I put the car in drive and didn't look at the oak as we rolled past. We reached the gate at 7:28. Randall was there, leaning on the cart, the chains coiled in his lap. He grinned at us in that y'all survived way you humor city folks with. Then he stepped forward and his grin died. Not for dramatic effect, not for a story, he just saw our faces. He saw the prints too. You could tell by the way his eyes cut to them and then away. The way his mouth pressed thin. He didn't ask what we did. He didn't tell us some lesson about respect. He just said, soft and practical, "Drive on out," and made a little motion with 2 fingers like people do when they move cows. We didn't ask him to wipe the glass. He didn't offer. They don't like people. They like rides, he said, then shook his head like he regretted saying even that much. "Drive on out," he repeated. We pulled onto the street. Elmwood is surrounded by normal life. Houses with sagging porches, new infill with bright doors. A corner store with bulletproof glass where you can buy those little bottles of Tylenol for way too much. People walk dogs. Someone carried a stack of pizza boxes to a Honda. The AC finally did its job. The prints faded. By the time we turned onto our street in Cooper Young, they were gone. I didn't tell Maya they'd left. She'd been watching them like they were an EKG. We parked under the streetlight that buzzes at night and attracts moths like a soft machine. We sat with the engine off and the windows open and waited for nothing to happen. When nothing happened, we did that nervous laugh and tried to make it a story we would tell with big eyes later. For what it's worth, we didn't post the episode. We pulled the audio into Audacity, listened to the giggles, and Maya said she felt like we'd recorded kids who didn't get to decide. It wasn't ours. We saved a file called Elmwood Raw and let it sit. That first night, it was easy to be normal. We ordered tacos. Our neighbor, Mr. Lewis, waved his fork at us from his porch swing like an orchestra conductor. But the house felt full. Do you know that sensation, the way a house can feel too occupied all of a sudden? Air bending around an extra person? The first weird thing at home was the kitchen timer. We have an old-school egg timer shaped like a tomato. It ticks when you twist it. You can hear the spring inside. I was rinsing cilantro and heard the timer tick-tick-tick to 60 all by itself on the counter. It rang once, not the full jangle, just a shy little chime, and stopped. I dried my hands and set it back to 0 and told Maya the spring was probably loose. She raised an eyebrow. That night, around 3, I know because my alarm clock blinks that unkind blue, the front door sensor chirped on our woodworking shop alarm. It chirps when the door opens or shuts. I told myself a pressure change sucked it open and closed. I stayed in bed. I've never been a hero. The next morning, the rug by the door had a crescent of grit on it, like the shape of the cemetery path. We didn't say anything about the time. We made coffee. We both had work calls in the morning. Maya teaches art part-time and I do marketing for a plumbing company a couple of days a week. I answered emails about toilet flanges and told a man named Keith we could have the truck at his house before lunch. I watched the little typing dots in my Gmail like they'd tell me something. When I walked to the bedroom to get a charger, I found one of the yellow roses from the cemetery lying on the bedspread. It hadn't been there. I know because I'd made the bed, and I'm too tidy for my own good. The rose wasn't wilting. It looked fresher than before. It was dry. No watermarks. I picked it up and it left a faint ring of dust on the duvet like it had been pressed in a book.
"Maya?" I said, and let the question be 4 questions at once.
She looked at the flower and then at me, and then she put it in a glass and said, "Okay," in a voice that ends arguments. On day 3, I opened my car to drive to a client's, this older woman in East Memphis who wanted a sump pump quote, and saw prints on the inside again. Same spot, lower center of the windshield, not as many. 3 this time. Very clear. The weather had cooled. It was one of those post-storm mornings where the light feels rinsed. The prints warmed and vanished under the sun while I stared at them. I called Maya and asked if she'd been in my car, and she said no, and I could hear from her voice that something had just happened to her too. She was standing by our back door, and 2 pennies sat side by side on the handle, balanced like little eyes. She swiped them off without meaning to, and they slid into the crack between the deck boards and were gone. That night we argued about what to do. Not yelling, just tense. "We bring the toys we found back," she said. We hadn't taken any toys. That's the thing. We hadn't moved anything except my stupid hand on the truck to read the tag. "We didn't take anything," I said. "We don't have anything to return." She said we'd return time then. Though we laughed, it wasn't funny. We didn't go back that night. It rained and the gutters overflowed like usual, and I laddered up in the dark and scooped handfuls of mush while lightning stitched the sky to earth. It felt stupid to be up there with water rushing around my wrists, but it also felt like if I kept doing normal chores, the air in the house would reset. When I climbed down, my footprints were there on the wet deck, plus a series of smaller crescents beside them, not in any pattern, like a kid who doesn't pick up their feet going down a grocery store aisle. We did go back the next evening with a small bag of marbles and a stuffed rabbit we bought at the thrift store that morning. We told ourselves the marbles were a universal language. It was cooler, a rare September snap that made the air clean and thin. Elmwood looked less like a painting and more like a calendar page. We left the bag at the same cluster of stones and apologized out loud like fools. "We're sorry," Maya said, "if we intruded. Thank you for letting us visit." I didn't say it would be our last, but in my head I formed the sentence and folded it up like a note passing under a classroom desk. On the way out, we saw the mom with the stroller again. She was at the map box, folding a copy like a fortune teller. This time the stroller was empty. She was pushing it with one hand, her other hand at the small of her back like it hurt. She smiled at us. I said, "You come here a lot?" "Because I'm great at openers." She said, "My daughter," without explaining, then pointed down the path we'd just come from. "Do you hear them?" she asked, but in a tone like she could already tell which kind of person we were. Maya nodded. The woman adjusted the stroller handle and looked at the empty seat. "Sometimes I think I'll hear her," she said in this voice that was two things at once, practical and someone drowning. "Sometimes I think I do. Sometimes I know it isn't her." I wanted to ask what she meant by that last part, but it felt like standing at the edge of a well and dropping my voice into someone else's water. Before we could find a way to say anything useful, Randall puttered up and asked the woman if she wanted help to her car, and she said no. And he said okay, and then looked at us with that same expression like he wanted to give us some mercy we might not know we needed. "They stick to some folks," he said, still looking at the woman. "They don't stick to everybody." Which didn't sound like warning so much as weather. We brought no handprints home that night. We slept. We slept deeply in the kind of way you brag about to people. The next week, the timer didn't tick by itself, and the pennies stayed in their jar, and we convinced ourselves we'd done the adult thing you do with grief. Adjacent weirdness. You acknowledged it and made space, and then kept going. We put the raw audio in a folder called Archive. I beelined to normal. Maya taught kids how to paint cardboard birds and tried to coax a shy 7-year-old to say what blue felt like. We saw Mr. Lewis watering his zinnias with that twist nozzle he likes. I changed the oil in the Sentra in the driveway and felt competent for once. I wiped the windshield inside and out with Windex until it squeaked and caught the sun like a dish. The last thing started 2 Tuesdays ago. We found a set of small fingerprints, dry, not fog, on the hallway mirror, chest high. The prints were very light, like they'd been there and someone had buffed the mirror and they'd reappeared under the right light. I wiped them. They came back when the sun slanted across at 5. The second day they were arranged differently, not fingers side by side. The index finger was lifted like a question. The third day the prints were not on the mirror. They were on the back window of Maya's truck. Outside, dusted clean through a layer of pollen. A neighbor kid could have touched it. That was the official story we told ourselves. We were doing fine with that story until I got out of the shower the 4th day at 3:13 a.m., and the bathroom nightlight flickered, and through the fogged glass I saw 5 circles on the mirror, and the bottom of each circle was slightly smudged, like a lip where a child's mouth might have tested how cold the glass was. I'm telling this here because I don't know who to ask without sounding like I'm asking for attention. I don't think we caught a ghost on tape. I don't think anything cinematic happened. Elmwood is a place of love mostly. If you go in the daytime, you'll see that. It's not a haunted house. It's not even a haunted field. It's a city of names, and people visit like they'd visit a park if their hearts were gentle instead of their legs. What I do think is that some things pay attention when you pay attention. Maybe you agree. Maybe you want to argue. If you're going to tell me it's all coincidence, I'd welcome that too, because I'd like to sleep. Last night I woke up again at 3:13. No noise. No timer. Just me, the clock, that blue light. The air felt sweet and warm like bakery air. I lay there a minute and told myself not to move. A streetlight hummed outside. Somewhere far off, a train. Then the smallest sound. The particular click of plastic against plastic came from the living room. It took me a second to place it. Do you know that clack Lego makes when you tap it? That but softer. The kind of sound a marble makes when it rolls and kisses another marble. I thought of the bag we left on that stone. The drawstring we tied in a double knot. I thought of the woman with the empty stroller, and the way she said sometimes I know it isn't her, and the way a kid's laugh can be just air with intent. I thought of Randall saying they don't like people. They like rides, and I thought of how much of my life I've spent in cars, windows up, music low, second-guessing my exits. I didn't get out of bed. I wanted to. I wanted to be the kind of person who turns on all the lights and snaps photos and catches a marble rolling by itself on hardwood. I lay there and watched the hallway gather a little light from the nightlight and then let it go. The clack came again, a little farther, a little nearer, like something testing the edge of a rug. My phone buzzed with a spam text and made me jump. I turned it over. The same minute blinked. I realized my hands were cold, though the room was not. I tucked them under my pillow the way I did when I was small and tried to make a deal with no one specific. You can stay if you want, I thought, but please be gentle. In the morning, Maya said she didn't sleep well. She didn't meet my eyes. She made coffee and put the mugs down like they were little animals that might startle. On the dining table, 5 pennies lay in an arch, each one older than the last, dates marching backward like someone had picked them deliberately. The only one I remember with certainty was the middle, 1904. We hadn't put them there. Our jar was still full. They weren't dusty. They gleamed like they'd been rubbed by restless thumbs. Maya slid them into her palm and made a face like someone testing a soup for balance. "Do you think they'll be there if we ignore them?" she asked. And I knew she meant the pennies, but also everything else. I am writing this after midnight. I can see the mirror from the couch if I lean. It's clean right now. My shoes are by the door, wet from the storm that rolled through at dinner, little gray commas on the mat. The house tick-ticks as it cools. The neighbor's porch light snaps off on a timer. Above the fridge, the tomato timer sits with its painted leaves. I can almost hear it winding, though it isn't. The bag of marbles we left at Elmwood is not in our house. But sometimes, if I sit quiet enough to hear the wiring hum in the walls, I get the weirdest illusion that I'm hearing glass touch glass from the other room, and that if I went to the mirror, I'd find not handprints, but the faintest curve of a smile pressed into the fog. Low, so low I'd have to crouch to see it, and that I'd spend the rest of the night whispering to the air, promising to wait by the car at the curb if they needed another ride. I don't live in Nevada anymore, and I'm posting from a throwaway because my name still opens old doors in Virginia City. I don't need the calls or the messages again. I'm not trying to convince anyone this happened. I just need to put it somewhere before I start telling it to strangers at the grocery store or talking to it in my sleep, which my girlfriend says I've started doing. I moved to Virginia City after my dad passed, when I was 27 and tired of washing dishes on the night shift. My cousin Corey had a line on a caretaker gig through the Historical Society, mostly locking gates, chasing off midnight thrill seekers, keeping an eye out for brush fires in summer and ice hazards in winter. The cemetery at Silver Terrace is split across old terraces that stack up the hillside like steps, with iron fences that look fancy until you realize they were meant to keep goats out, not people in. The job sounded quiet, and quiet was what I wanted. Corey worked mornings at the 4th Ward School Museum. He knew everybody. He'd stop by in the evening with drive-through coffee and gossip about tourists who bought authentic pickaxes made last week in Reno. My younger sister Mara was living in Carson City then, recovering from a breakup, and started visiting on weekends. She liked the desert sky, said even the empty spaces felt honest out here. There were other names you'd recognize if you lived there. Mr. Halbrook, the retired sheriff's deputy who grew roses tough enough to survive the wind and volunteered with the volunteer fire department anyway, out of habit. Teresa at the Washoe Club, who always warned kids not to go up where the air still remembers flames. And Frankie, from the county maintenance crew, who complained about the dust, like it was a person following him home. The first night, I had the keys, late September. The wind had that low whistle it gets between the headstones. You only hear it when the weather's turning and the tourists thin out. I walked the upper terrace, testing the flashlight I'd bought at the hardware store in Reno, a chunky yellow thing that made everything look washed out. The city sat below in a warm loop of streetlights. Out in the dark, further than you think the earth should go, was just the basin. When I switched off the light for a minute, my brain invented shapes where there weren't any, the way it does. Silver Terrace has legends. Every place with old bones does, but people here tell them like weather reports. I heard them in pieces pouring coffee, knocking on the office door at the gas station. How the miners were buried with their boots on. How the wives packed cold biscuits in their pockets so they wouldn't get hungry on the way. How on the coldest nights, a man walked the terraces on fire and no one could put him out. I didn't think much about that last one at first. They call a lot of things on fire in Nevada. The sky during a good sunset. The brakes on a Chevy coming down Geiger grade too fast. Whiskey, I kept the routine. Lock the lower gate at 9. Walk the upper terrace and the Protestant cemetery. Check the padlocks on the iron vault doors because sometimes kids get brave. If I saw a car parked crooked on Mill, I'd note the plate and the time in the logbook because Mr. Halbrook used to do that and said it matters to write things down. You don't have to be a poet, he told me once, raking leaves with his wrists like they owed him money. You just need to be someone who was there. The first strange thing wasn't even at night. It was a Tuesday afternoon in October. Mara was up and we picnicked behind the old V&T railroad marker where it's out of the wind. She was hunched in her gray hoodie, picking the sesame seeds off her burger bun and lining them in a row. This weird habit since we were kids. She said it calmed her down, concentrating on small parts. Do you smell that? She asked mid-pick. I did. It wasn't cigarettes and it wasn't someone's wood stove. It was a sharp, clean smoke like a match that had just been blown out held under your nose with something sour behind it. She wrinkled her face. Like burnt hair, she said, then apologized because neither of us wanted to think about hair catching fire, not here. We walked the slope. Dried grass, iron fence warmed by sun, names half-eaten by time. The smell hung in pockets, moving with us and not with the wind. By the time Corey pulled up in his Tacoma to say hi, it had faded. Someone must have done a campfire in the brush line, he said, even though county fines were steep and everyone knew it. You two don't go tromping after the scent like bloodhounds, he added, joking. You'll fall into a gopher hole and sue the city. That evening I found black smudges on the gravel path like someone had dragged a charred stick. Not deep enough to be a tire, not scattered like a shoe. I rubbed a finger on one and came away with soot. I wrote it in the log. 3:40 p.m. soot marks east path near Spreckles family plot. Light smoke smell. Wind NNW. I was proud of the detail, like I was learning a language no one spoke to me directly. The second strange thing happened the following week. Corey and I parked near the Masonic section to change a busted light sensor. Dusk had that copper tint it gets when the dust lifts and the clouds are low. He told me a story about a couple who got engaged by the White Angel statue every October because of an inside joke, and how last year they'd done it in the rain and the angel had looked, quote, like she'd been crying for them. Cute, right? Corey said. That's the good kind of haunting. The sensor clicked in and bathed the stones in that cold LED wash. The light reached less than you hoped, leaving gray pools between. We were packing up when the radio on my belt crackled and chirped the way it does when you key the mic but don't speak. I looked at Corey, who tapped his own radio and lifted an eyebrow. I hadn't keyed it. Neither had he. County? I asked, more dead air. Then something like a long exhale, the kind a tired person makes when they sit down. Okay, Corey said, forcing a laugh. That's not funny. I didn't do it, I said, half laughing too, which is what you do when the world tugs at the edge of your reasonable explanations. Batteries, he decided. Or the wind. Then, don't look at me like that. The wind can do weird things. I replaced the batteries anyway. I wrote it in the log, and I included the brand. Because Mr. Halbrook once chewed me out for writing "use the good ones" with no details. That weekend, on a night so clear you could see your breath like your life leaving and coming back again, I met him. Or I met something that made me accept why people talk about him like weather. It was just past 11. Mara had gone home. Corey was at a poker game at Minnie's, and I'd turned down a seat because I was trying to be better with money. The town sounds were down to the occasional truck, a far dog, a burst of laughter from a bar that someone forgot to close the door to. The moon washed out the hill in a pale way that makes you feel like an intruder. I walked the perimeter with the flashlight at my side because the beam can make everything look like an accusation if you shine it straight ahead too much. I smelled him before I saw anything. Matches again, strong as if someone had struck a dozen and waved them. Then the sour note like a pot left on a stove until whatever was in it turned black. I stopped by the iron fence around the Hathaway plot and listened. When you stop, the world leans in. The wind was gone. There's a silence that comes after the wind leaves that feels heavy, like it has weight. In that silence, I heard a scratching, steady enough to have rhythm. A slow drag on gravel, not grass, not stone, and then a pop, the sound old wood makes when it gives a little. I tried the reasonable options first. Teenagers playing with fireworks. Someone grilling in the wrong place. A homeless camp, though I hadn't seen one this high up, and the cops kept an eye on that. I called on the radio, just a copy on the upper terrace investigating a smell, so dispatch wouldn't think I'd fallen. My fingers felt clumsy on the button. The smell grew thick enough that it coated my throat. I moved toward the Protestant cemetery gate, and the light sensor clicked on a pool of LED white that left the edges dim. The dragging sound got a voice, not words. It sounded like someone in bad sandals, rubber snagging and letting go. And then on the path beyond the light circle, between the rows fixed with little flags, a shape. I had time to think two things. The first was that it was a man in one of those heavy canvas coats that firefighters wear, the old kind moving stiff from the weight. The second was that he was lit from within, as if a paper lantern had been built inside a person shape and someone had dropped a candle in. There weren't flames licking off him like a movie. The light was less than that and worse. It pulsed behind him, in him, through him. His outline shook the way heat does over a road, but it was too cold for heat shimmer. My brain offered and withdrew explanations so fast I felt like throwing up. I shone the flashlight and immediately watched the beam flatten against something that didn't accept it. Not like cloth. Not like skin. The beam wavered and the shape flickered, and I know how that reads, but if you've ever pointed a light at smoke and seen it catch and go nowhere, you know what I mean. He lifted his head. I say he because the height and the width and something about the set of weight said man. Where there should have been hair, the head looked bare like a mask from a school play painted matte black. No features I could name, only suggestion. I said hello, because that's what you say to strangers before you ask them to leave. My voice sounded too loud and then too small. He kept walking. The dragging sound matched the rise and fall of his shape. One step, slide. One step, slide. I took a step back without deciding to. I smelled the match smoke with the sour behind it and a new thing. Wet ash like the day after a campfire when you poke it and your finger comes away gray. If you've ever smothered a candle with a jar, that moment before the smoke curls down, that was the breath I felt on my face. I thought of calling Corey. I thought of calling anybody. I thought of the extinguisher in the maintenance shed that I had checked that very morning. Green needle, pin sealed. And an image of me running across graves with a red canister, spraying some poor man who's wandered up here in a strange coat, who will then turn and reveal a perfectly normal, very angry face. That possibility anchored me. Sir, I tried. You can't be up here after hours. There's rules, fines, ghosts. He stopped as if he'd reached that line in the air where the sensor light ended and the dark began. The halo of LED made his edges look too clean and unreal. He tilted his head like a dog listening. Then he did something simple that I have never been able to make simple in my mind. He lifted his right hand. He didn't raise it high. Nothing dramatic. Just lifted it from his side to about the height where you'd show someone your palm. See, nothing there. His sleeve didn't move the way fabric moves. It didn't move at all, really. The light inside pulsed and stuttered, and the smell hit me like a memory. Not a place you'd been, but a place you'd feared. I took another step back, then another. I felt the iron fence against my thigh. The cold of it went through denim and skin to bone. I wanted to whisper without making my mouth move. I wanted to apologize. For using light. For speaking. For having a throat that worked when his might not. My radio crackled, soft, as if a hand brushed it. A voice came through, but it was wrong. Half of a word stretched thin and pulled back. Reap. The rest broke into static. The man took one step into the circle of light. At his foot, something left a dark smear on the gravel. He was close enough that what passed for his chest lifted and fell. But I couldn't tell if that was breath or the pulse of the glow. He was close enough that the air around him looked thicker. Close enough that my eyes watered. Okay, I said. Okay. As if I could make a deal with the night. As if the act of naming the moment made it smaller. He moved to the right, slow, as if testing the boundary. I followed with the flashlight without meaning to. The beam bent like it might on heat rising off a grill, but the night was cold and still. He moved to the left. I followed. He lifted his hand again, and I understood, if that's what this is, he was showing me something. Not that his hand was empty, that he had one. That he could move it. Look, still here. Still this. Somewhere behind me, near the maintenance shed, a chain knocked against a metal hook. Not hard, just enough to say the world still exists. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes, the man had stepped backward to the edge of the light. He turned his head past me, toward the lower terraces, toward the town, toward nothing. He pivoted on that sliding foot, and the inner light dimmed so low I thought it would go out. It didn't. He started down the path away from me, leaving those dark smears like someone had drawn the direction with charcoal. He passed through the next sensor light, and for a moment he was clearer, a shape a brain is willing to accept. A man in old work clothes, heavy, stiff, with something wrong about the line of the shoulders. Then the light timed out, and he was a throbbing shadow again. I thought about following. I didn't. I pressed my back to the fence until my shoulders ached and watched him move down and away until even the smell left. I realized I hadn't taken a breath I could measure in too long. When I did, my inhale hit the back of my throat so hard I coughed until my eyes watered again. I put my hand on the fence to steady myself. It was cold, yes, but warm in one spot, as if a sunbeam had been trapped there. I moved my palm an inch over and felt the temperature change, a hard line between what the night owned and what something else had touched. I wrote what I could in the log. I wrote down times and placements: 11:12 p.m., upper terrace Masonic path, odor of sulfurous smoke, individual approximating adult male height, moving with alternating step-slide gait, light emanation inconsistent with external source, radio interference. I added the detail about the fence. When I signed, my hand shook and made my last name look like a stranger's. The next day, I told Corey and Mara. I expected Corey to laugh it off. Instead, he put his fingers to his lips like he'd dropped a hammer and didn't want to wake anyone. "Did you talk to Halbrook?" he asked. "He's the one who says you write everything down. He's heard..." He didn't finish. Mara watched me with that face she gets when she doesn't want to join the joke. She reached for her hoodie strings, found only the frayed ends, and rubbed them between her fingers. "Do you feel okay?" she asked. "Like your chest or your throat? Sometimes when people breathe weird smoke, they get..." "I feel fine," I lied. My chest hurt deep in that place you only notice when you sneeze. We went to Mr. Halbrook's little house off D Street that afternoon. His roses were cut down to sticks for winter, but he walked among them like they were full. He listened. He didn't interrupt. When I got to the part about the radio, he nodded once, as if he'd been waiting for that. "You didn't chase," he said. "No. Good. People chase what they don't understand and then blame it for running." "What is it?" Mara asked. She stood with her hands in her hoodie pocket and one foot on the other foot's toes, so she rocked. "Please, not a story. Just tell me what you think." He looked at us like we were his grandkids and he was choosing whether to ruin a game for us. "There's an old seam that runs under those terraces," he said. "They used to burn slag piles on cold nights to keep the ground from heaving. They'd pour timbers in and let it go slow. Some say it's still hot down there. Some say the air remembers the way out. I've seen..." "What you're saying." "Not every year. Not the same place every time. I've smelled it when the snow lays quiet. I've had the radio thing." He lifted his hand like my stranger had and let it hover. When he put it down, he rubbed his thumb and index finger together like he was crushing something between them. "If I had to pin it to something, I'd say a man got caught when the tunnel fell and the fire took the rest. I'd say the ground gives him nights to walk it off. I'd say he's not looking for you, but he notices." The way he said that made the day feel colder. We told no one else that week. I did my rounds like always. I checked the fences and flicked the locks with my knuckles so they rang in a way I started to like. I kept notes. Tuesday, faint odor at Lower Catholic Terrace, Breeze SSW. Thursday, black smudge like a thumbprint on the white paint of a fence post. No obvious source. Friday, a couple from Sparks walked their small dog in the afternoon and the dog refused to cross a particular gravel path, standing with all four paws braced, looking at nothing. Then November came like a slow tide. The town added lights to the boardwalk. Wind returned. Snow threatened and changed its mind. The night it decided for sure I had Mara with me. She'd been leaning into staying busy, asking if she could help lock gates and count the solar lights that were still working. She took photographs of interesting names on her phone and planned a tattoo she'd never get. A tiny shovel, she offered, then laughed. "No, that's stupid." She wore a different hoodie, this one black with a faded high school mascot. She had chapstick in her pocket and twisted it open. closed open with the soft click of cheap plastic like a metronome. It started snowing around 9. Big flakes that looked fake until they soaked in and made everything smell clean for a while. The cemetery goes quiet in snow like you wouldn't believe a place can. Sound gets eaten. Your own steps sound like they belong to someone else. Our breath made small halos in front of us, and when we laughed at the same thing by accident, our halos bumped and vanished. Near 11, the radio did the thing again. Reet, and static like a syllable caught on a nail. Mara frowned and touched my sleeve. Batteries, I said, the safe lie. I didn't reach for it. We were at the upper terrace where the view down into town made it look like a toy. Snow softened the corners of the iron fences and the mounds of grass above the old graves. Mara crouched to adjust a wreath someone had left and brushed snow from the name with her sleeve. She whispered the name the way people do to give the dead back something for a second. She put the wreath down, straightened, shivered, and then the smell. Not faint, not memory. A match blown out under your face, then 2, then 12. That sour back note stronger than before. The skin at my hairline prickled, a warning my brain didn't want. Do you smell that? Mara asked, voice too bright. Yes, I said. She looked at me and her mouth went small. She moved close enough that our shoulders touched. We stood that way, staring down the path in front of us like it was a TV and we were waiting for a bad scene. Snow fell through the sensor lights and made the air look full of quiet. The dragging sound came from somewhere left. The slow rubber slide rubber. It has a tired rhythm that's hard to mistake once you know it. He came in at the edge of the second light pool, far enough to give me time to think and lose my thoughts. The light inside him was more subdued in the snow, as if the world had put a damp pillow up to him but couldn't finish the job. It pulsed, yes, but slow. You could imagine it was breath. You could imagine a person in an old coat with a lamp under it, a prank, a weird performance. That is a thing a mind will do to not break. Mara's fingers tightened on my sleeve. Is that... She started, but stopped because asking makes you accountable for answers. Stay here, I said, as if I was going somewhere she wasn't, as if there was an away. I took one step forward. He took one, maybe two. The dragging foot made that sticky doom sound. He tilted his head. I had the feeling you get when someone recognizes you across a room. The flash of being known when you didn't plan to be. Not fond, not hostile, just that noticing Halbrook had warned me about. He lifted his hand, the same small show. Still here. Still this. It occurred to me, this is the part that embarrasses me for reasons I can't explain, that he might be asking for something. Not like a beggar. Like a man who worked too long and wanted water. Do you want... I said, and then stopped because hearing my voice wrap around that space made my skin go wrong. The smell bent around us. Mara made a small noise I have heard her make at funerals when she loses track of where to put her hands. The chain knocked by the shed. The little sound that marks the real world. Wind nudged, soft a relief. The LED halo ticked to life on the sensor nearest us. He stepped backward as if not to crowd us. He angled his head. He turned as if to look down slope again, where the terraces drop into town. He didn't. He turned back. He lifted his hand a third time and a flicker inside him jumped like a trapped bird. For the first time I saw detail where his face should be. Not eyes, not a mouth. The suggestion of seams. Lines where something had fused and then split badly. Not gore. Nothing you could put in a police report. But it was a bad map. It didn't match the roads a face should have. Mara squeezed my arm. I heard her say, very small, don't. Though I hadn't moved. I think I made a choice then. Not big, not brave. The kind of choice you make when someone at a crosswalk waves you through and you wave them through. And you both stand there smiling. Stuck. I lowered the flashlight. I raised my own hand, palm visible. See? Nothing here. He held the mirror of that for a second, our matching nonsense, and then his arm lowered. The inner light settled. He turned that almost head tilt once more toward the slope. He began to walk. We stood and watched. The snow took him piece by piece until he looked like a lantern behind a bedsheet, then a candle behind a wall, then a dim move that maybe you invented because who else would believe you? The smell departed like a person leaving a room on purpose. Mara cried then, the silent kind, tears making hot tracks in the cold, and I put my arm around her shoulders. We didn't speak until our breath looked ordinary again. We told Mr. Halbrook the next day. He listened like before. He asked the weather, the time, whether it had snowed in the morning. It had not. He looked off to the side when we got to the part about the hand. When Mara finished, he nodded once like a man who has been expecting a knife and finds one where he thought it might be. "You know the story," he said, not a question, about the man in the fire that took a day to eat through a shaft. About the fellows on the line who could hear him but couldn't get to him. About how they said his wife brought biscuits every day because she didn't know where to put them if not in his pocket. "Stories," I said. My voice sounded smaller than I liked. "That's what we call the ones we tell when a thing won't sign the ledger," he said. "You didn't chase. Good. He's not for you." "He's on a track. What does he want?" Mara asked. Not tired, not angry, just that. When she gets scared, she wants a job. She wants instructions. She wants to make chicken and rice and knit 2 rows and count the stitches. "If I believed in want the way we do," he said, rubbing his thumb and finger again like he was powdering something, "I'd say he wants to walk until it's out of him. But you don't put that out. You can bury a lot." "You can't bury heat," we went on. "Winter came proper. Snow stayed. The cemetery glowed under it. The tourists leaned into ghost tours for the novelty of seeing their breath. On a Tuesday night, a group of teenagers left beer cans by the main gate, and I picked them up one by one with a little stick like a cranky grandfather, because that was my job and because the act of bending and picking and dropping felt like prayer. On a Sunday morning, I found a shoe print in a smear of soot by the Protestant gate that was not mine or Corey's, a size that suggested someone younger, maybe a woman. I pictured a girl with a camera and brave friends, and I hoped they had left before noticing anything that would stay with them. Some nights late, I'd hear the drag again. Sometimes he stayed low on the slope near the older stones. Sometimes he climbed higher, toward the Masonic section where the view is cleanest. Once, after the wind had been up all day and died at dusk, I heard the slide of rubber right at my back. I spun, nearly fell, and there was nothing. Only the fence and the faint print of my gloved hand in fresh snow where I steadied myself. I told myself it was the sound bending. I told myself it was an echo. But I started to wear the radio on the other side, and I never stood with my back to the path again. By January, I knew when the smell would come in before it did. There's a drop in the air right before, like someone opens a freezer and holds it over you. I stopped carrying matches. I switched to a click lighter for the office candle that I lit when the power blipped in storms. It took me a month to notice that I was holding my breath every time I lit it. The night Deputy Keller pulled in to check the gate, he asked if I'd seen kids with fireworks. "We got a call from Mrs. Fraser," he said. "Something like flares up high. Weird complaints this week." He had a good face, not handsome, but one that made you want to admit things to him. I said I hadn't seen kids. He looked past me at the terraces and said, "I hate that place." Not unkindly, like he was talking about an uncle who always says the wrong thing at holidays. "Stay warm." I handed in my keys the next autumn. Not because of anything dramatic. The job ended and another started. I moved to a different town because my girlfriend got work there, and because change is a type of story you can tell yourself before it's true. I left my logbooks on the shelf in the office where Mr. Halbrook could find them if he wanted. On my last day, I walked the upper path alone and put my palm on the fence where I had felt the heat the first night. It was cold. Everything was. The wind had come back up like it remembered us. Here's the part I haven't told anyone but am putting here because if I don't, it will feel like I cheated. Last month, standing in our kitchen in a different city, our tiny apartment with the window that looks over only a brick wall and a sliver of sky, I took a casserole out of the oven and set it on the stove. It was early, sun just gone. First night the heat kicked on and made that clicking at the baseboards. My girlfriend Ailey was on the couch scrolling for a show. I reached for a pot holder and knocked the candle we keep near the sink. It's a cheap one we never burn because it smells like sugar cookies in a way that makes your tongue feel furry. It teetered, corrected. I let out that little half laugh you make when you almost make a mess, and then, honest to God, I smelled matches. Not cookies, not oven, not dust, matches 2, 3, 12. The sour back note like something overcooked a long time ago. It wasn't strong and it wasn't for long. It was a thin line of scent like someone drew a finger through the air and hoped I would notice. I stood very still. The apartment's hum carried on. The baseboard ticking. Allie murmuring at her phone. A neighbor upstairs shut a cabinet too hard. I put my hand out in front of me because I didn't know what else to do. Palm up like the night I mirrored him and felt nothing, just the normal kitchen cold. I stood there for a count of 10, then 20 and felt ridiculous, the way you feel when you pray after years of not. 5 minutes later it was gone, if it had been. I didn't say anything to Ailey because she would have worried, and because shaping it in my mouth would make it a different thing than it was. I lit the stove with the click lighter, and I noticed, because I notice now, how the little flame flares before it steadies. I haven't slept well since. I wake at the exact hour when the cemetery feels like it leans closer to you. I dream in the heavy silence that comes when wind leaves. I put my hand to my mouth sometimes and smell ash that isn't there. I keep catching myself writing notes to no one in the margin of my grocery list. Odor increased near fence line. Footprints unknown. Snow fell, then stopped, as if I'm still the person with the keys. I have never seen him anywhere but there. I don't think he followed me. I don't think he wants anything from me. That's the wrong shape to put on it. If he wants anything at all, it is nothing we can give. It's momentum. It's the world trying to finish an old sentence. I'm not warning you away from Silver Terrace. People go. They take photographs. They whisper because whispering feels like respect and because the sky makes you small in a way that is good. I'm only saying that on some cold nights, the ground there remembers heat, and the air remembers a man who walked where he wasn't supposed to be. If you smell it, don't chase. Turn your shoulders. Let him have his track. If he shows you his hand, show him yours. There are not many ways to say politely, I see you and will not make you more lost. I don't know when I'll go back. Maybe I won't. Maybe that's my superstition, pretending distance is a kind of lock. Corey still messages me photos sometimes from the school museum. Kids in old-timey costumes. The chalkboard with someone's name half erased. Mara moved again, she always does. And she says she doesn't miss Nevada, but collects little iron fence photos on her phone without knowing it. Mr. Halbrook sent me a Christmas card last year with a pressed rose leaf taped inside and no note, because he is a man who thinks the unsaid can be clear. It snowed here last night. I stood by the window and watched flakes brush the brick like static. For a second, the reflection in the glass caught a shape behind me that my heart read too fast. It was only Allie coming up beside me, sleepy, hair a disaster, asking if I'd turned the thermostat down because her nose felt like an icicle. I laughed and the sound came out normal. We went back to bed. I left the kitchen candle where it was, unlit, as if that mattered. And I told myself the scent I kept thinking I caught was the ghost of the oven. The control you practice when you don't have any. It's easy to be wrong in the dark. It's easy to tell yourself you're right in the light. Somewhere between those on some cold night out there, a man is still walking a path that doesn't end, leaving smears on gravel that the wind won't quite take. If you're up there and you think you hear someone dragging their heel in tired rubber, if you think you smell a handful of matches blown out inside your coat, don't call out to him to wait. He's not late. He's not early. He's exactly where he has always been. And the terrible thing is that there may be no other direction for him forever. And the worse, quieter possibility is that he isn't alone. That every place like that has someone who keeps walking while we tell stories to make their steps make sense. And we sleep with the window cracked and wake with the smell of smoke in a room with nothing burning.